Hello. I think we're live. I had a bit of an internet issue for a second there. Hope it's not messing around. Hope you're well. Welcome to the Low Life, bit of a special one, Sunday evening. I am joined by this man right here. Hey there, mate. You all right? I can't hear a thing. Hang on. What am I doing here? I can't hear you, Tom. Nope, still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Right, it was a me issue. Don't know what the issue was, but it was me. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm in the room. How are you doing, mate?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. How about yourself? You okay?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I feel like my lighting's gone all squiff. I feel like I'm in big darkness here for some reason.
Yeah,
feels like
it's gone into the same. Very dark, but then
I'll turn the lights up. Little bit better. I'm all right. I got sunburnt yesterday, as you already know, which was quite a unexpected turn of events for the UK in September. Not even the start of September, halfway through
September. And what was you doing yesterday, Tom?
So I was at Derby Beer Con, which is a very nice little craft beer festival. I think it's the second time they've ran it. I've not been to it before. I was very impressed. I've had fairly bad experiences at Derby beer festivals in the past, run by different people. But this one was spot on, and I forgot to bring it up with me, but shortly I'll nip downstairs and grab the beer. Actually, I don't need to go downstairs because I've got them on my phone. I'll go through all the beers that I had yesterday because I had some absolute stunners.
Awesome. Like I say, I was following your Instagram. It looked like you were drinking some absolute bangers. I mean, how many beers did you actually get through in here?
I think it was 7 or 8. Some were thirds, some were halves. I wasn't there all that long. So they did split session, day and evening. Day session started at 11, which was a little bit early for me, to be honest, for getting on the beer. I was a bit like, I felt like I got up and then immediately gone to the pub, which is a bit concerning sometimes. But I was there for 11, and we had to get a lift back at about 20 past 3, so 4 and a bit hours. It's not too bad. Not too bad.
Sometimes it is the best way to do it, isn't it? If you do much longer than that, you're going to be in trouble, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. But I will go through that list shortly. What were you on with yesterday? Much fun?
Work and then football primarily. So I was at work until about 12:30, and then came back, and then I basically had to get changed and then jump on a train down to Tottenham and watch the football, and then was back again. So it was a busy day, but not exactly beer filled, if that makes any sense. So
sure. How was the traffic around London?
It didn't seem any more busy than it is normally, but I wasn't exactly in central long. I was only sort of jumping tubes, so I didn't really notice it. But
okay.
I've noticed that the M1 southbound has been quite busy the last couple of days, slightly busier than normal for a weekend, which is odd. So I don't know why anyone would be travelling to central London at the moment. To be honest, I think you've got to be heading that way, to be honest. So so there it is. So we've already got 25 people in already, which is awesome. So thank you for joining us this Sunday evening. You could be doing anything, but you're with us, and we appreciate it. Chris is in. Hello, mate. Says hello, Paul. Hope you're good. Just watched your latest video about the Salt Loom Pale, and mate, Blockbuster. What a theme tune! It was a good theme tune, wasn't it? The Blockbuster one. Yeah. If you've not seen it, I reviewed a can of their new Loom Pale from Salt, which is the latest one in their core range. Salt kindly sent me some beers the other day, and so I tried the new pale, and it was really good, really nice beer.
Excellent. I need to look out for that one. I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but the very special one you received, I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on that.
Gosh. Yeah. So I was speaking to Jamie, obviously our mate Jamie from Salt, and he was talking to me about the new rebrand that Salt have done. So this is the rebrand, which makes total sense to me.
I'm going to go out on a whim and say it's a soft rebrand.
Yeah,
it's an evolution
Yeah, it makes sense because in the video, I compared what sort of done up until now. So obviously that is the old layout
Yeah.
with the name of the beer sideways on.
Mm-hmm.
So all they've done basically is they've shrunk the name of the brewery and just enhanced the name of the beer, which to me just makes total sense.
It's a nice step forward.
Yeah, they've just tidied it up a little bit. And I was speaking to Jamie about it. Just said it makes sense. It's a sensible move, you know. So
yeah, for sure. It's a nice new look.
Yeah. So he sent a load of beers over. So so I've got a load of beers, and he sent a rather nice barrel-aged stout. So so I'm looking forward to getting stuck into that one. So thank you again, Jamie, for all that. I hope you enjoyed it, Chris. Thank you for that. He says he's fuming though, as the Chelsea game got postponed due to Liverpool not being able to control their fans. Just for a minute's silence. Have a good one. Up the Chelsea. Is that why they postponed it? is that the what? I don't know what the explanation they're given for why they've postponed the game, but we do know Liverpool fans aren't the biggest followers of the monarchy, are they? So perhaps
of course. Yeah, okay.
CGR says, "All right, you slags. Hello, mate. How are you?
All right, CJ. How are you?
Chubby Phil's in. Hello, Phil. I had a couple of beers with Phil this afternoon. I jumped on a live stream with his good self and Luke John earlier, and they were in good spirits. They were on good form. It was a rather interesting live stream, that one. I'm just going to double check my audio because I'm getting a little bit of echo.
What are you hearing?
I was just getting a bit of echo. I was echoing for a second there. It seems to have stopped again now. So
okay.
All right. I hope you've got Phil. Jim says, hello, friends. Hello, Jim. How you doing, buddy? How are you, sir? Hope you're well. Jim says, hello, Paul and Tom. There you go.
Hi, Jim.
UK Media Watch. Simply winky, winky, thumbs up. Union Jack. Same to you. Oliver88. Hello, Oliver. How you doing? Hope you're all right. Wow, there's loads of people in. Hope you're doing well, Oliver. What's happening, Paul and Crummy? Hope you're good, lads. I know I left 2 previous messages, but hey ho, another won't hurt. Happy bank holiday, lads, except for me ex, because he's a slag. Never forget.
There's lots of people in, but only 8 of them have clicked the like button, and one of them's me. So come on.
Oh, give it one of them. Give it one of them. Give it a funny thing. John Hanson says, "Good evening, men. Good evening, John. Hope you're well. Says the North's ace. I like that thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm liking that logo thing. That's good.
Oi, it's Rich. How you doing, Rich? I've seen you for ages. Richie Blind Man B. How are you, mate? Hope you're well. What's happening? Who's drinking this evening? We'll do a check-in. Who's drinking this evening? I'm assuming most of you are all off work tomorrow due to circumstances, but it looks like most of us are having a day off work tomorrow. So I thought we could all get together, have a couple of beers. I'm not going to do a mad one, but have a couple of beers and say hello to each other. So Kevin's in.
That's it.
Hi, mate. Jim saying hello to John. Il Corvo's in. So good evening. Nothing quite like a Sunday evening when you're getting Monday off as well. Yeah, it's a bonus, isn't it? It's a bit of a bonus. You've got to look at the positives in it, haven't you, really? Jim says hello to Kevin. Kev C is in. Hello, Kev C. Crummy, Paul, good evening. How are you, mate?
I do, Kev. I do.
Jim saying hello to Il Corvo. Brett is in. Hello. Hello, Paul. And the beard.
Cheers, fellow beard.
Hope you're well, Brett. Hope you're doing. JT Wardley is in. Evening, Paul. All the best from the North East. Evening, mate. Hope you're well. What are you drinking, Tom? Are you having a beer at the moment?
I've not got one on. Yeah, I'm just deciding what to. I learned yesterday that my taste buds definitely aren't back in working order.
Right.
So some things I can taste enough to know that it's good, if that makes sense. And like I had a Helles from Staggeringly Good. In theory, should have been staggeringly good, but because of my taste buds, it just tasted a little bit like fizzy water, which was it's a me problem, not them problem. But so I'm kind of like, I don't know what to have. And also I had a lot of stouts yesterday. Part of me is thinking about actually breaking some whiskey out, so I might be able to taste that.
Might do. You'll certainly feel the heat, won't you? If anything else.
I might start that way. I might start with a little some innocuous whiskey and coke or ginger beer or something like that. So I'm gonna have a quick peruse. What are you on, sir?
I'm on what everyone else is pretty much drinking in the country right now. It's the Paulaner Oktoberfest. For one,
You know what? Sod it. I'm gonna take it back. I've got one of them. I've got several. I could taste a bit of this on Friday, so let's hope that remains true today.
I followed your lead when Mark said that Paulaner Oktoberfest was going to be available on Aldi. I thought, bloody hell, I'm going to have to break a habit here and actually go to Aldi for $1.79. That's the cheapest I've seen it. So
for sure. So let's start with that.
And it is tasting good. It is tasting good. Maybe what's this? Cracking a beer. Top man, what are you drinking? Jim says, Paul loved the Salt Loon Pale Ale review. Thank you. I love seeing it. Oh, God, blimey. Yeah, I was not expecting that. It was full of sediment, full of hoppy sediment. For a 4%, I'm just not used to seeing it. From a dipper, maybe. You might see a bit of hoppy bits. But, it's been a while since I've seen a pale ale with that low ABV, with that amount of hop sediment floating around in it. It was a snow globe, but it was delicious. It genuinely was delicious. If you've not this, I could recommend it. I don't know if it's going to go into supermarkets. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw that in a 4-pack in supermarket at some point. But that is genuinely terrific. Really good beer.
Good stuff.
Very good. So yeah, look out for that. Chunks of hops and vitamins. Exactly, all the good stuff. On the Doom bars, Oliver. On the Doom bars. You got to do what you got to do. I think the last time I had a Doom bar, I had it from a can, and it wasn't awful. That's all I will say for it.
When it's good, it's actually quite good. But the problem is, it's only good 10% of the time. So.
Yeah, I think when I've had it a few times on cask over the years, and thought it's okay. From a bottle, I don't think I've ever had a good Doom bar. But
no, not,
last time I had it was in a can, and I thought it was all right. So yeah. John Morris says, "Are we doing the minute silence at 8 p.m.? We are. That is the plan. We discussed this earlier, and we did feel it was right."
I've had a subsequent thought about that.
Go on in.
There's a delay in YouTube from us talking to other people experiencing it, so I'm wondering if we should do a 2-minute silence to make sure it doesn't. Try our best not to overlap with the real thing for other people.
That might be a good idea. So if everyone is all right with that in the chat, we will be doing it. We will be paying our respects and observing a minute silence, probably 2 minutes silence. So just kind of be our faces for a couple of minutes, just sitting there looking at you like that, just not saying anything. So that'd be nice. But yeah, we thought we discussed it beforehand, and we thought it'd probably be the best thing to do.
Definitely.
So yeah, we will be observing it. So that'll be interesting. You haven't had a minute silence on a live stream before. I don't think I've seen it.
No.
Yuki says, I tried Aunt Bessie's Jam Roly Poly Ale the other night. I like that beer.
I've got one of those in the fridge. I like that beer too.
Yeah, I know it's a novelty thing, but I genuinely thought they nailed it. There was jam, there was custard. It was tasty. And my local Morrison's, I bought a pack of 4 for like £1.50 because it was coming up to its best. Bargain. So yeah, it's a perfectly decent beer, that one from Northern Monk. Jimmy's in. Hello, Jimmy. He says, all right, Paul and Crummy.
How do?
Jimmy, hope you're well, mate. Jim says, hey, Jimmy. T-Rex beer reviews is in. He says, cheers. Cheers, T-Rex. Thank you for joining us. Cheers to the T-Rex. Scott Wondersworld are in. Evening all. Hope everyone is well. Good evening, Scott. Or Wonder, or both. Hope you're doing well.
Not bad.
Jim says, T-Rex. Jim says, hello, Scott and Wondersworld. John says, not beer related, but is that blue light behind you a Philips Hue? It looks smart. I don't think it's a Philips Hue. I'm not sure what model it is. You have to ask John because John bought it. John bought one for himself.
I know yours isn't because yours is too big to be a Philips Hue because I don't have one big enough, but the ones behind me are.
Oh, there you go. So Tom's on the Philips Hue. I am not. I just call it my lightsaber. I just call it one of them things. I think it's an Amazon special.
The probably if you just want the beam lights, don't bother with the Hue because they're just too expensive for what you get. The problem I did was that I wanted something very specific for lighting up the unit here, and I couldn't find anything that would quite do what I wanted it to, other than the Hue stuff. And unfortunately, once you've made the expense of buying into it for one, it doesn't make any sense to then have to not have it all on the same system, if that makes any sense. So
absolutely, yeah. It's just, you got to do these things to try and make the channel look a bit better. And before you know it, you're buying everything and getting all sorts of crazy stuff going on. You know, start looking like a brothel. So, not that I've been into any brothels.
not this week, anyway.
Not this week, no. Jimmy says, I got bloody hammered last night. Done a pub crawl. I must have visited 10 pubs. That's a solid effort, my friend.
That is a big effort.
Assuming you did a pint in every one, that's a solid effort. Jimmy says it was a mad. It sounds like it, mate. Whereabouts was you drinking, Jimmy? And what were you drinking, if you remember? Lee Johnson's in. He's swearing. Obscene language. Credit to them. They're sticking in there. They're getting their results, and they're still top of the league, which is obscene. So there you go. Kevsey, Chelsea plastic flags reason all policing covering the Queen's funeral. Okay. Look at that. We can start having a row between Liverpool and Chelsea here. Let's get away from that. Oliver, £2 super chat. Thank you, Oliver. Appreciate that, buddy. Son's hat trick was good. Oh, it was though, wasn't it? That's exactly what he needed. Exactly what he needed to be started on the bench. Give him a bit of a rest and maybe make him think about a few things. His first 2 goals were absolute worldies. He hit them like he whipped them, didn't he? Both of them, like he was taking free kicks. He's got that ability. Sonny. He's just been up until yesterday. He's started the season really slowly, but hopefully that'll wake him up, get him back on track now. Joel says we'd love to see Guinness and Vocation collab just to see what they can do. That would be interesting. I don't. Have Guinness done a collaboration with anyone ever?
Also, it wasn't really the done thing many years ago. It's quite the collab thing's a very modern craft phenomenon. Yeah. Really, it didn't really happen at regional brewery and bigger level before, I don't think.
Yeah. I think you got to believe the only craft brewery that you could ever see perhaps Guinness doing a beer with would be Thou Who Not Shall Be Named. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't really be a craft beer then at that point, would it?
But it wouldn't just be 2 massive, corporations basically.
But it could be a collab, which was the question. So
it could be. I mean, wow, I'd love to see Guinness and Vocation come together. You're literally talking about 2 of my favourites right there. So I'd be all on board, Joel. Absolutely, it'd be amazing. Jimmy said that to Jim. UK Murder Watch. I hit the like. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Always watched before. But got my channel terminated. Oh wow, it's a bit dramatic, isn't it? Had to resub. I appreciate it, mate. I appreciate it. Stephen is in. Hello, Stephen. Hi, Paul. Cheers for doing the Shepherdine Double Stout review. Was it you that requested it? I think it might have been. If I go back through my comments, I thought your review was very fair, spot on. 5 out of 10. Slangy, Irish Steve. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was all right for what it was. It was a very run-of-the-mill stout, Shepherdine Double Stout. But if that's what you like, that's what you like. Nothing wrong with it. That's for sure. Kevin is on the Stouffer Press cider. Very nice.
Cider.
We got the weather for it. Perfect, I guess. Rich says, I'm good, mate. Just been very busy recently with live kickboxing, radio, and music. I'm hectic. That does sound like a hectic combination. Passed yellow belt grading last week, working towards 2nd black belt, and I'm doing a skydive in a fortnight. Goodness me!
Wow,
that's yeah. Kickboxing, hosting his radio show, Coast FM. Check him out weekday mornings. It's really good, and you say hello, and he'll put on any song you want. It's great. Done it a few times to get myself going in the morning. Brilliant. But yeah, music, and he's doing a skydive. Whew. I kind of like the idea of doing a skydive, but I reckon I'd probably just bottle it once I'm up there. You know?
Yeah, I'm not taken by the prospect of throwing yourself out of a plane. I'll be honest. It seems to go against all. I don't know why.
Yeah, against all logic. Yeah, we're not meant to be falling from that height. Really, it's not meant to happen. But it does look amazing when people do it, and people who do it say, "Oh my god, that was amazing!" You know. So Jim says, "Congratulations!" Yeah, absolutely. Always on the ABK 700. Very nice.
Ooh.
Very nice. I was met with a very welcoming groan there from Tom. That one, you like the idea of that.
I like that.
Thomas is in. Hello, Thomas. How are you, sir? Good to speak to you earlier. He was watching Phil and Luke's stream earlier on today. Please like and share. Yep, do appreciate that. Chris says, actually, the best game show I would say is Michael Barrymore's Pool Parties. Great show, very entertaining. Presented by Phil Schofield and Mark from the Craft Beer Hub. Quality TV. Dear. Ilkova says, oh, yes, also on the Paul Lana, Thing of Beauty, trying to source the Iyengar and Hackashaw. Yeah, the Hackashaw one I haven't gone for. I've ordered a couple of bottles of the Augustina Brown one that have recently become available on Trembling Madness because I haven't tried that one before, and I don't think it was available at all last year, not that I can see anyway. So I'm looking forward to trying the Augustina Brown Oktoberfest beer. That should be quite special.
That should be good. I had the Iyengar on tap last year. That was good.
What was their fest beer? Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was good. Iyengar are just superb, aren't they? They're a superb brewery. Jim says hello, Thomas. Thomas says hi, Jim. Jim says still have a bunch of San Miguel to get through. It's the 5% stuff. It's not bad if you leave it in the fridge for a week to take away the taste. Yeah, get the imported stuff. The 5.4. That's still a genuinely good lager in my opinion. Yeah. I still do enjoy that one. Window says, "What's everyone's beer of the so far? Is that meant to be beer of the year?"
I think so.
If it is, Tom, have you got a beer that jumps out at you straight away as beer of the year?
You know what? I'm not just. I bought so much of it that I can do this and say this one. That one's a front runner. I'm not going to say it's definitely the one because I had a lot yesterday that were also absolutely incredible, but of ones I've reviewed and can easily talk about. Monkey from Blue Monkey, and it's a chocolate coconut mild. Tastes like a Bounty bar. It's lovely.
Yeah, I say I should have known. I was literally talking about it with you on Friday, wasn't I? So
yes,
yeah.
What about yourself? What are you going for?
It's a tricky one. I've had some belters. Depends what style. I think one of the first beers that jumps out was the Adnams Sierra Nevada collab.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Eastern Edge, Westy style pale. That was fantastic. It was everything it was supposed to be. It was Sierra Nevada pale ale with an Adnams malty, sort of slightly fruity twist. It was glorious. What else? I had a fantastic stout from Left Handed Giant, who collaborated with Yulji, Dutch brewers, and it was like a pistachio, and something else stout. Amazing. Like probably one of them beers. Like, as soon as you tasted it, you're just like, oh my god, like wow, just wow. I would say off the top of my head, they're the two: the Left Handed Giant, King of the Woods, and the Adnams Sierra Nevada Eastern Edge are probably my two favorite beers so far this year.
Left-handed Giant do some incredible stuff. Always up there. Would this be a good time for me to go through my beers of yesterday? Because there's some very good beer of the year contenders in there.
Yeah, man, go for it.
I think so. I was mistaken. I think I had 9 in the end, so I was a bit under-optimistic earlier. I started the day off at Beer Inc. after John from Lord's Brewing said they were good mates with our brewery, so I thought we'll go and find them first. It's also the brewery we think are doing the Cornetto trilogy beers, although they didn't have any of those on yesterday and actually forgot to ask about it, which is a bit annoying. But it's that brewery, and started off, given that it was early, with an espresso martini white stout.
Espresso martini white stout. Oh yes, I remember reading about that.
Yeah,
was that good?
That was proper good. Yeah. That was done. That was. I mean, obviously, my taste buds are not in top form, but several other people I was talking to had it, and everyone rated it highly. So yes, no complaints I've heard about that one. That was very good. Followed that up with a watermelon wheat beer from Lost Industry. They are flavors that go well. I'm not going to say that was the best beer of the day. It wasn't bad at all, but I've had a better watermelon wheat beer in the past. So, but it was decent. I then had the Farmhouse Lager from the Little Earth Project. It was as the name suggests, mixed fermentation lager. It was funky. Is what I can tell you. It was, again, not massively unpleasant. I know I also got the last measure of it. It had gone off at that point, so I got the end of the barrel as well. So it might not have helped.
Yeah,
but it wasn't bad. But you've got to really like your mixed fermentation beer to go for it. Is what I'd say. But I could actually taste something, which for me right now is good. So I didn't. Yeah, I still enjoyed it. Then was the unfiltered Helles from Staggeringly Good, which unfortunately I can't comment on because my taste buds were just not up to it. But I think it's probably decent. I then went against my own comments of the past and had a beer from Vault City, which was a coffee poached pear praline crumble. So pastry sour. Not bad. Again, as with all their things, not very beery.
Yeah.
Only complaint. The taste was good, but not very beery. Then we're into the big runners. Black Iris, not Black Isle, but Black Iris, which is a Nottingham-based one. They were runner-up in my beers of the year last year with their Push My Fingers Into My Pies Slipknot-themed Cherry Bakewell pastry stout.
Yeah.
Though they've come back this year with Limp Bizcoff.
Oh, I've heard about
a Lotus biscuit style stout. Now, I didn't get as much flavor from it as I would have wanted, but again, my taste buds were shot. But the actual consistency of the beer was very nice. So I think definitely worth a go if you like the idea of that. One of my undoubted contenders from Beer Inc. I'm sure lots of people have had it because it did get quite a lot of notoriety, but I never tried it before. Was the Star Beer from Beer Inc.
All right.
Star Bar. Just smells like opening a jar of peanut butter. You'd love it because I know you love your peanut butter stouts. If you've not tried it, then it's got to be a go-to. And then I had a hazelnut and chocolate nitro impy from Fallen Acorn.
Oof,
also very, very good. Not sure it was better than the Star Beer, but it was very good.
Right.
And the last one, which arguably could have been the best, it's certainly a contender, from Three Hills Brewing. It's called Jedi Pie Trick. And I actually can't remember the description for that one, but I'll find it later on. Or someone, I'm sure, can look it up for me. But yeah, Jedi Pie Trick from Three Hills Brewing, another MP, absolutely stunning.
Oh wow, nice! And
it was a good day.
Just today.
It was a very good day. It was £5 for a third of that last one though, which hurt a little bit.
Oh, shish kebab! Yeah, that's the only thing in it when they put them big beers on. You do have to pay through the nose for them. So,
most of them were reasonably priced. That one was a bit like, really? But it was very good.
Yeah. So worth it in the end. Then.
Yeah, probably was worth it. I'm pretty sure it was £5 a third. It was either £5 a third or £5 a half. Either way, it was very expensive. But I'm pretty sure it was £5 a third. But yeah, that was it.
That sounds like a terrific lineup there. That's a proper decent beer festival. I love the fact you went for all the dark ones, all the dark beers. That's commitment to the cause. The big ones.
It was genuinely more I was spoiled for choice. There was so much choice, and there wasn't really many pales there that went, oh, that's going to be incredible. So I thought, and I needed big flavour because of my taste bud situation. So impies were the way.
Fair play. That does sound good. Chris says Super Bog or Super Slag. Tough choice, lad.
Mix them together.
Depends what kind of mood you're in, really. Tom, you could pass as a logger with that shirt in the Highlands. There you go.
I could indeed. I'll be honest. The reason I put the shirt on is because I'm wearing a white t-shirt and it blows the camera out and makes everything else too dark. So to cover it up a little bit. And I just decided. I don't know why I decided for the very the heavy checker, but it's what we've got. It's what we're rolling with right now.
a good look, man. You can't beat a check shirt.
I do like this shirt particularly because this shirt is not a normal shirt. It's got a hood. Don't know why.
Look at that.
It looks stupid. I look like a gnome now, but I like this. Stylistically, I like it. So
we just need you with a fishing rod. Stick you on a toadstool, and you've got a perfect photo there.
Yeah, instead of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but Honey, I Blew Up the Garden Gnome, wouldn't it?
Perfect. That would be good. Nah, I do love a check shirt, especially this time of year. Perfect year for it. Okay. Chris says, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not a big royal family fan. However, at the end of the day, the Queen is the Queen, leader for 70 years, and we will never see another like her again. Absolutely. That's the main thing. Even if you're not a royalist, this is, it's going to have an impact on all of us, really. So tomorrow's going to be insane. Probably not the quite word, but it's going to be very different. It's going to be very different.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's going to be a memorable occasion, if nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you get the chance to watch the Rambo versus Predator video I did? We were chatting about it last year. If you remember on live, you were in a bar, but was terminated. Fair play, lads, for the silence. I think I do remember that actually. Rambo versus Predator. I remember talking to you about it. It rings a bell, and it got taken down. Bit harsh, isn't it? George A. Hello, guys. Hello, George.
George is back with his fish. He loves that fish.
He loves that fish. And he loves that fish, loves him as well. It's a big fish. Ben Foster announced his retirement today. Newcastle wanted him as their backup keeper, but Foster didn't want to go and uproot his family. Yeah, I heard he retired the other day. I didn't realise how old he was. Was he Ben Foster? Is he 30, 36? Is he? I'm sure he's that old. But yeah, it seems to come out of the blue. He's got a YouTube channel, isn't he, Ben Foster? Always seems to be doing quite well. Jim says, hello, George. Paul Sheridan's in. Hello, Paul. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're well. Thank you for joining us. Jim says, evening, Paul Sheridan. Jimmy saying hello to Scott and Wanda. Chris says, oh, God, here we go. Due to Liverpool fans being ashamed of nothing by everything. I've heard that one before as well. For a 96-year-old lady that died, have some shame, son. Yeah, it does baffle me a little bit, the Liverpool fans' stance on things like that. But what can you do? Everyone's entitled to their opinion, I suppose. It's currently sampling a Brewdog Hazy. Hazy, was that Junior, is it? Hazy Jane. Hazy Jane. That's the one. Forgetting the name of it. Jam Roly Poly is nice. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was nice. Thanks, men. Well answered. Referring the lights. Oh, there you go. There you go. Spurs are doing well, though, mate. The derby will be interesting. It will certainly be interesting. It's always interesting, isn't it? Our games. It's got to be said. We're getting the results. I guess that's all that matters. But I'm not going to lie. I'm not particularly enjoying watching Spurs at the moment. It's hard watching. It really is. That's all I will say. But if it wins or something, I can't complain, I guess. But yeah, I don't like it when we just give up position to everyone and just let them have the ball and then try and hit them on the break. I'm not a fan of that style of football. David Wilson's in. Hello, David. Hi, Paul. Hi, Tom. Hi, all. How are you, Mr. Wilson? Hope you're well. What are you drinking, David? Are you drinking this evening? Jimmy says, I was pub crawling around Exmouth. We started at about 4 and was probably falling over at about 12-ish. I made it home somehow in my own bed. It's funny that, isn't it? I've had some nights where I've just got absolutely annihilated and just you can't even see straight, but still I've always managed to get back to where I was supposed to be somehow or other. It always works.
I have a homing beacon that clicks in at a certain blood alcohol level.
Yeah.
I always remember how I got there as well. It's just this thing just clicks and I go, I'd often do a complete French exit. No one knows I've disappeared. Don't care. Something goes off in the back of my head and goes, you're going home now or you're not getting home.
Yeah.
So we make the journey.
I think a lot of blokes are the same. You just sort of survival instincts just kind of kick in. You you're in a bad way and you need to get out of that situation you're in and into a much safer situation, which is normally home in bed. And somehow you manage to make it happen. It's weird. It is weird.
Somehow you manage to get into a kebab house, even though that's not necessarily en route.
Yeah, survival is food, right? Food, home, bed.
It's true.
So, You got to have a Donna. What are you trying to do? Kill yourself? Got to have a Donna. Arsenal, as you realise, you don't win the league after 7 games. But then again, they haven't won the league since 2004, so they are a bit deranged. I think most Arsenal fans know they're not going to win the league or be anywhere close, but they've got every right to enjoy it, I suppose, while it lasts. Them being top of the league, I don't know. I just can't see it. I can't see Arsenal being. I wouldn't. I don't think Arsenal will get top 4 personally this season. Not for me. I don't see how the signings that they've made with the signings that other clubs have made will suddenly get them into the top 4. I just don't see it clicking. I think every time Arteta comes up against a similar quality team or higher, I think Arteta tends to shit the bed, is a term I like to use. He runs out of ideas very quickly, and you see it. He did it against Man United the other week. He tried to make a change. It just completely opened them up. And he did it against Tottenham at the end of last season as well. Spurs had to make one slight tactical change, and Arsenal were just completely open after that. So we'll find out. I think Arteta's got a very good career ahead of him in coaching, because Pep Guardiola really rated him. And if anyone's going to know, it's going to be him. But I just think it's a bit soon for Arsenal at the moment. But they'll be back. Brewdog are not Craft anymore. Exactly. They're anything but, aren't they now? So just wouldn't Guinness be the craft beer of its time when it first started brewing beer? Yeah, probably. We had this conversation about craft the other day on I think it was your stream, wasn't it? Or was it last week on Mark's stream? I can't remember.
I think it was mine. I think it might have been on Mark's.
Might have been Mark's. We were trying to establish what is craft. Yeah.
So there's an interesting video on the Craft Beer channel, which is what is craft. I did it about 2 months ago, I want to say, 3 months ago. And I'll be honest, it's quite a long video for the conclusion they came to. But in essence, the decision that they went with, and I think it's probably right, is craft is more of a conceptual idea. It's not, there's no like definitive lines and boundaries. So you could have an absolutely massive brewer who would still produce a beer you could consider craft. And a good example for that is some of the Belgian brewers, because they're meticulously made to a really high standard. And the same to some degree with some German ones as well. Yeah. So actual global volume size isn't an issue as such, but it is a marker against. So it's much harder to be considered a craft brewer if you are big. But then basically the argument is there's lots of different things. And one of the real, I think, deciding factors, it certainly goes against Brewdog and a lot of the others, is all their craft breweries should be I'm trying to think what the right words are, kind of committed to the development of the area, like being friendly with a lot of other breweries and not bringing the industry into turmoil and that sort of thing, if that makes sense. Not doing no shady shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you just want them to kind of stick to the beer, really, and let them that do the talking. That's absolutely. Kind of, yeah. I think I think the majority of people who run these small craft breweries are of the same mindset. Is let our beer do the talking. If they can make a few quid that pays the bills on the way, fantastic. But I think what we keep bringing up the example of Brewdog because you can't not discuss them. But what they've clearly done is, they wanted to make as much money as they could as quickly as possible. And then when they started doing it, they thought, okay, so how can we maximize those profits, maximize profits, but also maybe reduce the costs? And lots of companies have done it. Lots of companies that have done it. Food companies, I could probably think of a load of examples of foods that were really good when they first came out and now just aren't as good, because they were making the money, right? And you cut costs on ingredients and everything. So it's not anything new. They're not the first company to do it, and they won't be the last company to do it. But in a craft beer industry that is getting more and more contested, you can't really you can't really say that Brewdog are one of those beers that let the beer do the talking anymore, because they don't. You know, and I think that's what craft. If you can still be proud of your craft, if you can still be proud of your produce, I think that's what counts for me in terms of craft.
Sure.
Yeah, but there you go. Replacing Tuchel with Potter is an absolute shambles. Tuchel deserved better, but the new owners let him down. To be honest, our new owners are like my ex, much as slagged. Most football club owners are a bunch of crazies, aren't they? But I think you've got one of the best coaches in the world there in Graham Potter. For me, I'd have him over Tuchel any day of the week. But I do agree that brutal the way he was just kicked out like that, crazy. But yeah, I think if you let Potter do his work, don't get in the way, help him, back him with the players that he needs, and not just the players that fit your profile. I think Chelsea could be scary. I really do. It's Potter's quality. UK says, Barman's World, fair play. Skydive is amazing. Once you throw yourself out of the plane, you realise two things. One, you're an idiot. And two, you're flying like a bird. It's great, honestly. There you go.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, I suppose once you're out there, you got no choice. You've got no choice but to enjoy it. Really, there's no going back from that point. So
that's it.
Hope for the best and enjoy flying for a bit, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec. I just realised I've got my Whiskey Me subscription for this month to open. I was going to do it on Friday on my live. I totally forgot. So I'm going to go sample those. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to grab the package.
Awesome. John Morris says, did you see Putin's not coming to the funeral tomorrow? Shocker. I was going to say, was he actually invited? Chris Respect. Jim says, thank you for the info, David. Paul Crummy, do you not think the Predator film proves humans are smarter than aliens due to the fact Arnold battered him all over the jungle? Schwarzenegger dealt with him. He dealt with him. Great film. The original Predator. What a movie. David Wilson says the Spartan Oktoberfest on tap was very good. So glad I found to try it. Yeah, I think it was your photo on Instagram. I couldn't help but give that one a like. Anything you get at an Oktoberfest beer on tap, you got to do it. ESP Stubbies, cancel state news that you're on right now. Very nice. The last Predator film was killer. Pardon the pun. Yeah. What has everyone else seen that film? I was a little bit on the fence with it, if I'm honest. It was entertaining, but I don't know. I don't think you're ever going to recreate the magic that was Predator, you know. But it was okay. Loved the video. So Charles having a rant over the leaky pen. I saw that. That was quite funny, actually. That was quite funny.
Oh, that was funny, and even better, someone filmed. You know when he did? Where was he? I think it was when he went to Wales the other day. Someone in the crowd he was talking to gifted him a pen.
Right.
And said, just in case it doesn't work next time. He found it hilarious. So that was good.
That's quality. That does sound good. That was quite funny. He was stressing over it. He put it in the wrong date, didn't he? He's like, what's the date?
Yes.
Is it the 13th? And they said, someone goes, no, it's the 14th turn. He's like, oh, bloody hell. So I scrubbed his off in the wrong pissing day.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I opened the right package on the right stream.
So,
wait for this. So the first one is the Scottish one. This is not the one I was excited about, but this is Feta Cairn 16-year-old, 46.4%. Apparently tastes like garlic, sweets, and wheat. I'm not sure.
Garlic, sweets, and wheat.
Apparently, we'll find out in a minute. But this is one I was excited for. This is an English whiskey made by Adnams.
Oh, wow.
Adnams dry malt. So tastes like pepper, cinnamon, and coffee, apparently. Shall we give it a blast?
Yeah, man, that sounds all right. Adnams whiskey. There we go. On the stream.
Yeah, so there's a full detail sheet there. I'm not making it up. There you go. You can see the Adnams logo on that thing there.
Oh, yes.
Hold it closer if it'll pick it up. But yeah,
I completely forgot that Adnams were doing their own spirits, isn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't aware that one was even a thing. So this is exciting.
That'll be good.
Let's find out.
Richie was at a rave. He had 9 pints of Foster's and 3 vodka Red Bulls. God blimey, that would have got you going.
I'll be honest. The words 9 pints of Foster's just makes me need to go to the toilet already.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. I was like, how was your stomach the next day? Like, oh, you know.
I just feel like you need to pee constantly.
Yeah, it's one after the other. Oh, dear. Evening, lads. I missed you guys. Hello, Paul. How you doing, mate? How are you, sir? Get massive views. Who do you think would win? Rambo versus Predator? Oh, blimey. I don't know. I mean, I've always been a Schwarzenegger fan, so I would say that Predator would do Rambo. Predator do Stallone. Hello, Paul. This is Jim. This is Paul Greenwood. City fan, Haaland. Oh, Haaland is scary, isn't it? Scary how good that lad is already. Crazy good. Crazy good. What are we saying? What are you getting on the nose?
I mean, you're going to have to bear with me because all my senses are not complete at this point, but it's really, really warming and it's got a little bit of a festive thing. I can see why they said cinnamon on it because It's got that kind of warm, almost woody flair to it. I'm not getting much more. I mean, it's definitely very boozy. I mean, it is 47%, so you would expect it, but yeah, that's I tell you what, that would not be bad lit on fire over your Christmas pudding.
Oh wow.
It's that kind of rich, warming thing. So let's give it a go. I'm probably going to regret this and instantly go and put some water in it, but because it is 47%. But we'll try it neat first.
Oh, love it. It'll warm your cockles, that's for sure. Put some hairs on your chest.
It's oddly smooth for 47%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my taste buds are shot at this point, so it's really hard for me to say if there's anything abrasive about it, but
that's all you want. It's a smooth, easy sipping whiskey. But when it's that much ABV in it, you could be in trouble.
You could be. But I think the whole point really behind stronger ABV whiskies is to dilute it a bit.
Mm.
You get, because it retains more flavor by being stored at a higher ABV, but you're not really meant to drink it at 9 on 50% because it's not really enjoyable. Yeah. I think it's probably more enjoyable in that respect for me now because, again, my taste buds are shot. But I'm enjoying that. That's nice.
Nice. That's probably just what you want. That should open up your taste buds a little bit, shouldn't it? Really.
Try and get everything moving.
That's what I do when I've got a cold. I drink a lot of whiskey. It's just a great excuse to drink whiskey, but it kind of seems like it helps open things up again. So
when I started with the Rona, I was doing that. I was doing some big hot toddies. It was a nice,
perfect combo.
Indeed.
Rambo would win, says Chris. Hi Jim, you okay? That's Chris, who I made win 100% all day. Check out, it's the first video I put up, and then I'm promoting my channel. We don't mind, mate. We don't mind. Everyone's got to do it. Crummy, I thought your favourite beer was Lager. Oh, well.
Sorry, Chris. Sorry.
Let the man down. Crummy sounds rather unwell in the throat.
I had the Rona, mate. I'm afraid. I'm all good now. I'm not hazardous waste at this point. I'm not infecting anyone, but yeah, the whole chest upwards is not quite as it was pre. So I've got a deep and sexy voice now. Hold on. We're not doing it. Late night love.
Late night love. Deep and sexy voice.
But I'm feeling okay. It's just it's not quite normal yet.
We'll get there. I hope you don't have a long one, a long lasting. That nonsense. Lorraine Coleman is in. Hello, Lorraine. Thank you for joining us. How are you? Hope you're well. Are you having a drink with us this evening? I made to put UK banter fight vids and CCTV in so that you can tell I'm a proper Rambo First Blood fan. 80s kid. All the best people were born in the 80s. Always like to crack a beer, listen to these guys. Top man, appreciate that. David Wilson said, had the Limp Biscoff on Friday. It was okay. Nothing special.
Interesting. See, I was slightly let down on it, but I don't want to say it was bad because, I can't really tell you at this point. So interesting you say it was nothing special.
I suppose it's always going to be a little bit of a gimmick beer, isn't it? But that is essentially what Black Island do.
Yeah.
But they make bloody good beers. So,
Yeah, but that Slipknot gimmick beer was insanely good. So,
what style of beer was that?
it was an Impy Stout.
Oh, there you go. Winner all the time, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, they were both Impy Stouts. Would you like the actual explanation of what this tastes like or is meant to taste like? Given that I can't really give you much from the one of the great things about this, you get a little card with loads of info on it, as I've already shown you. Location originating in Southwold, England. It's a minimum 5 years, but it's not age certified. The cask is, and I'm not sure how to take this, but the cask description is Virgin French. So I'm not sure what that means. But French, I don't know French what, which is why it's slightly concerning. It says made from a mash bill of 25% East Anglian malted barley and 75% rye, grown by Jonathan Adnams at his farm in Raydon. It says Adnams rye malt is matured in new French oak. That's what Virgin French means. Okay, that makes no sense. It's the fresh oak barrels.
Yeah, nice.
For at least 5 years. Winner of the World's Whiskey Awards, Best English Rye in 2021. I imagine that's not a massive. There's not a lot of competition there. English rye whiskey. So this is rich and spicy whiskey for rye lovers. I do like rye whiskey, so it makes sense that I like it. Tastes like black pepper, cinnamon, and coffee, and pairs great with bitters and sugar. So Angostura bitters, cola, and Blackshaw Stout, which I presume is an Adnams beer.
Oh, right. I don't think I've had that one.
But I do have a can of Coke under the table, so I think I'm going to pour all of this and what's rested there into a long glass and enjoy it that way, because I think I could end up drinking this too quickly otherwise.
Yeah, savor that badly.
So I'm gonna mix it in. I'm gonna do a mix.
Cool.
Just grab it.
Anybody ever had a blue and black Guinness and blue WKD? Doesn't mix. Goes like a lava lamp effect. I've never had one. I just, the idea of chucking anything in with beer is sacrilege as far as I'm concerned. But unless it's a cheap lager, then you can drop a whiskey in it and make it. Is it a Boilermaker where they do that? You drop a whiskey in with a lager. I'll do that.
It's also called that if it's a chaser as well, though, I think.
Oh, is it? Chaser?
Yeah, I think so.
I
think you can drink it how you like. I think it's open to interpretation, that one.
There you go. Shirt with a hood, crummy. Very snazzy. Big fan. A lot of love for the shirt. Jim says, speaking of the Queen, it's been news 24/7 in the news here in the States. Rightfully so. Yeah, I know a lot of people have kind of said, oh, blimey, it'd be nice to see something else. But, I mean, we've got plenty of options. You know, you can watch Netflix anytime you want. You know,
look, your choices of the Queen or war crimes in Ukraine, none of them are especially happy.
Yeah,
at this point.
Yeah.
So
news isn't happy. News isn't happy. Full stop. You have to find good stuff. You know, we've got the Lord of the Rings shows on Amazon at the moment. We've got House of the Dragon on Sky, which is amazing so far. So there's plenty of options.
Are you watching both of them?
I'm watching House of the Dragon religiously. Rings of Power. Is it Rings of Power? It's called Ring of Power.
Yeah, the Rings of Power. Yeah.
I've only watched one episode of that so far.
You're not keen, or?
I really was, but I'm going to be brutally honest. Lenny Henry really put me off.
Yes, thank you. Right, this is right. Love Lenny Henry, hilarious, and actually a good actor. However, that whole tribe of Hobbit. I'm not going to ruin anything. No spoiler alert here. It doesn't really matter. There's some Hobbits, and they've all got what I will actually say is maybe unintentionally racist connotation, because they are. At this point, they are not settlers. They are traveling people. Yeah. They all have quite a thick Irish accent.
They do,
which is a bit questionable. But anyway, except for Lenny Henry, who starts with an Irish accent and ends in Birmingham for some reason.
Yeah,
it's from Birmingham. It's all sad in West Country.
I was watching it, and I can imagine I just had this really confused look on my face, because one moment he sounded like he was from Wiltshire, then he sounded like he was from Jamaica. Then it was like,
yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. What is he doing? What is he doing? But yeah, that kind of straight away, I think I don't know, the quality of the show took a bit of a kick there and then. But It looks
Yeah, I know.
stunning. It looks stunning, but I found that really odd. I think I just need to let that go and just carry on watching it.
He's not in it all the time, so I think you'll be okay to continue.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the one thing that is annoying me, and it took me a while to realize what it was that I didn't like. I sat there for ages ago. There's something off about this versus the films. What is it? What is it? What is it? It's elves with short hair.
Yeah, that's an odd thing as well, isn't it?
Because obviously in the films they're all very ethereal looking, big long hair, whatever.
Yeah.
In this, they're not. And the reason that it annoys me even more, it's not just the hair. The fact that basically their vision of an elf with short hair just looks like Spock from Star Trek.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It is true.
They lose that magical aura thing that they had in the films, or that, and that ruins it for me a little bit. But
yeah,
hey,
it is what it is. Now I will pick it up and watch it because I love the movies. I love the movies. So, but yeah, House of the Dragon all over that. It's brilliant. It's quality already. Really
just
good.
a warning: we're on 7:56. We need to be cautious. So we need to start our 2-minute silence to try and make sure we cover the whole thing for everyone. At 59. Do you want me to give you a countdown? Do you want me to get the seconds?
That's a good idea. So what we're going to do, if you're just joining us, we're going to observe a 2-minute silence just to cover everyone because there will be a delay on people's streams and that. We're going to observe a 2-minute silence in honor of our queen who passed away a couple of weeks ago, which I'm sure you all know. And tomorrow's the funeral, hence we're having a beer tonight because none of us have got to get out for work in the morning. We're going to observe a 2-minute silence. I will cut the sound and I'll probably stop the camera as well. Just have my logo come up on the screen just for a couple of minutes, and then we will be back, and we'll continue more drinking and more chatting. So bear with us, and we will be back. But we'll. Tom's gonna put a rather handy countdown up for us so we know when it's coming, basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it in seconds. Oh, here we go. I've got it. Okay. So we have got 1 minute left from now.
Okay. 1 minute. Cool.
Do you want to put on a little timer explaining, a little ticker, little message box thing?
How do you do
Don't
that?
worry if not. Don't worry about it.
How do you do it?
Don't worry. Don't worry. Just post a comment in the chat and people will know.
Yeah. Post a comment.
In fact, post a comment and then put it on screen.
That's a good idea.
There you go. We are 30 seconds left. We've gone silent already. We're doing a lot of silence.
We're doing well. I've typed and then I'm going to put it up on the screen.
Okay.
15
seconds.
15 seconds. Right. I'm going to put it up now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We just wanted 3 minutes there, but everyone should now be covered.
We should be covered. Anyway, thank you for that. Anyone who's still with us, thank you for that. We just thought we better do that.
And well done. No one put a comment in the chat either, so there was text silence as well, which was nice.
That was rather beautiful. So well done, everyone involved in that. Kudos to you. That's the first time I've ever been involved in something like that. So yeah, that was pretty amazing. Well done.
Well done.
See, we only get the best people in the low light. We only get the best salts in.
It's true. It's true.
That was nice. Well done, everyone. Respect Paul's beer reviews and to everyone in the chat. Absolutely. My thoughts entirely. That was quite nice. That was something quite weird about that, but that was quite nice. So well done, everyone. Let me catch up with the chat. Where were we?
Let me try and find.
There we go. Someone was confirming Ben Foster's age. So yes, 39. Blimey, it was that old. Some level of celebrity people hold is crazy. David Beckham waited in the queue for hours. Excuse me. Philip Schofield and Holly jumped the queue. She thought wearing a face mask would disguise her. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. I think the less said about that, the better, really. I just don't think there's any excuse for it. You know, you've got people queuing for literally a day, and the celebrities just get pushed to the front so they can do a bit of recording. I think it's a bit sick, personally, but I won't say too much more than that.
Yeah.
Not a royalist, but I'm total respect of her service in life. I only got terminated because I put up a bit of some old fellas messing around in the gym. Dear, oh dear. Oh, I don't know. Porn. I'm laughing now. Madness. God bless the Queen. God save the Queen. God save the King. Exactly. I'm going to have to get used to saying that.
It's true. It feels strange, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Respect to those waiting in the queue for 10 plus hours to pay their respects. Seeing people slagging them off, but at the end of the day, it's paying respect. Some people need to have some. Yeah, exactly that. Some people need to learn it. You know, the only people that are having a go at them are the people that don't have any. You know.
Yeah, it's everyone is deserving of their own opinion. They also should recognise when there's the right time to air that opinion.
Yep. Like I say, everyone has the right to their opinion, but not everyone has the right to use it. Do you know what I mean? Or go with it. Because people, for the sake of it.
I'll tell you what, I saw an interview with the head of state in Singapore about an hour before this stream started, and Singapore used to be under the Commonwealth, and he said something that wasn't necessarily what he was saying specifically, but it was kind of little thing resonated. They were basically talking about how they're quite unique in terms of Commonwealth nations in that they don't have any grievance about it. They understood that whilst it may be terrible, the past is the past, and there's no one here right now who's really to blame and all that stuff. But anyway, that's not the point. The point was that he said one of the things that they embrace as a culture is the understatedness of the British. And it's that understated nature. It's like, yes, there's loads of reasons why we can say, you know, the idea of monarchy is bad, but the respectful understatedness should say maybe give it a week.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of that. Just be aware that not everyone shares the same opinion, but also there's a lot of people who do share your opinion, but also recognize that now might not be the right time.
Yeah. Just keep your opinions to yourself for a few days. You know, just shut up.
Not forever. You're allowed to have a conversation about it. But
absolutely, let the woman be laid to rest. You know, let's kind of, you know, draw a line under it and look forward to a new rule under a new king before you start slagging it all off. You know, I don't know. Everyone, like I say, everyone's entitled to their opinions, but there's a time and a place where you vent them. You know. What was that? Sorry, Dave says drinking a BrewDog Born to Die, decent hoppy IPA. I've never heard of that one.
No, not familiar.
To be fair,
sorry, go on.
I was literally about to say I can't remember the last time I had a BrewDog beer.
No, me neither. I was just going to say, back onto the Lord of the Rings subject, I was devastated to see they've done a collab with BrewDog.
Oh God, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, what is that? I don't know. Of all the breweries.
I know, but
horrific. It's just trash in it.
You'd have thought they'd done one with a New Zealand brewery, given that that's where it's all filmed. Like, surely. But
yeah, you'd think so. Kiwi brewery. It's Especially everyone's using New Zealand hops at the moment as well. That would have made sense.
Or you could do it with a British brewery, but maybe find one that is closer to where Tolkien lived, because he didn't live in Elon.
No.
So
no. Where was Tolkien from?
I can't remember. I want to say Oxfordshire or Wiltshire, but I'm not sure. But I'll find out. Let me have a look.
I was like, is it Sussex or something Cambridge, something like that? I don't know. Quite a nice country area of the country, if I remember correctly. I'll do the same as Tom. I just know when to leave. Chris Becker's top four would be City, Chelsea, Spurs, United. Oh, so Liverpool. I'd say Liverpool not in there for Chris. I think at the beginning of the season, I said it was going to be City, Liverpool, Spurs, Chelsea. That was my prediction for top four. I wasn't sure United or Arsenal would get in there. But that's a long way to go. We've got the World Cup coming up as well. That's going to completely balls up everything. So it's a really hard season to predict. I still think City will win it. I think they'll run away with it. But after that, it seems quite open at the moment. Just when I was younger, I've had nights where the last thing I remember was going through the Jack in the Box drive-thru, ordering chili cheese fries. Oh, I could murder some chili cheese fries right now.
Tolkien lived everywhere. Ready for this? Right. So started in Birmingham, moved to South Africa, wrote The Hobbit in Pembrokeshire, went to Oxford University, which is where I was getting Oxford from.
Yeah.
Just honestly, he wrote Lord of the Rings though in North Oxford. But yeah, he lived all over the place. So.
Well-travelled man.
No, there was no mention of Elon. That was my point.
yeah, exactly that. Let's be honest, we know he's winning the Premier League. They were bad enough before Haaland showed up. Yeah, essentially City have got the cheat code on at this stage. I think I said it to Simo when City signed Haaland. I was like, okay, so we know City are going to win the league. It's just by how many points are they going to win it this year? Because, I mean, Haaland's already scored, 10 goals in 6 games or something ridiculous? Kid's a freak. Arsenal can't handle pressure. As soon as Arsenal face an opponent that isn't going to bend over for them, they crumble. They can't handle pressure, and Arteta is a melt. Yeah, I think that's my point. I think I said something about along those lines earlier. When Arsenal get tested, they crumble. They're kind of like a deck of cards. Just kind of fall to pieces. They've got a bit of a soft underbelly. You know, people are going on about them having the youngest team in the league, and I'm like, yeah, it shows. You know, it does show. Ashington Football Club, my hometown, are in the 3rd round. FA Cup qualifier. Yesterday thrashed Bradford. Goodness me. Wow. Well done, Ashington, rather. That's amazing. Good to be. City will win the league, but we know what they want. Some clubs can do it on the big stage, some can't. Excuse me, City won't win the Champions League. Pepper's failed. He was brought in for that. That is a good point. How much longer can Pep last in that job without winning the Champions League, though? I think City are at that stage where they dominate domestic, but they still can't get hold of the Champions League, and that's going to bother them like mad, won't it? Oliver's going for top 4. City, Arsenal. Wow, it's going for Arsenal second. Goodness me. City, Arsenal, Tottenham, United. There's a different shout on it. Some clubs can do it in Europe, and some can't. That's the way football is. It's true. It's true. I think Chelsea have won 2 Champions Leagues in the last 20 years. No one would have predicted that happening. You know.
Is it a playing style issue that it doesn't gel with how European clubs play?
I think sometimes it is. And you get teams like, you look at the Real Madrid Liverpool Champions League final back in May. I think most people, if they were put on the spot, would have said Liverpool were going to win it. Real Madrid had no business being in the final. They were out of that competition about 2 or 3 rounds previous, but they wouldn't give up. They just would not give up, and they managed to claw victory from the hands of defeat. Do you know what I mean? They never knew when to give up. And in the final, they just put in a really kind of just solid, organised performance against Liverpool in the final, won it when everyone thought Liverpool were going to tear them to pieces. There is sometimes that. There are certain clubs that have an affinity with European football, and other clubs just don't get it. But okay. I think generally, that the Premier League, our domestic league, is viewed as probably the best in Europe. Clubs like Real Madrid have won the Champions League now, 14 times? So they've won the biggest prize in European football 14 times, which is more than double what Liverpool, who are currently our most successful British side in it have won it. You know what I mean? So there's something about that club in particular, Real Madrid, where they cannot stop winning European Cups. Mad. Guinness sometimes cheap in B&M, who are also part of Heron Foods. I grabbed one because I like the chestnut froth and stouty taste cream beer. I love a Guinness.
Me too.
Followers of the channel will probably know that I was there a few weeks back, and it was awesome. I totally recommend it. I totally recommend going to Dublin and going to the Guinness storehouse. I've had people tell me that you can get better Guinness in Dublin, and
you can. I've had it.
Yeah, where did you get it? At the Gravediggers?
No, so I had one in. It might have become over popularized now, but I mean, I had it in Temple Bar,
right,
and that was better than the one out of the Guinness store at that time. We're going back 10 years, so it might
right. See, I find that baffling. I just the whole idea of someone doing a better Guinness than Guinness. I'm not knocking it. I'm not arguing with anyone. But I mean, all I can do is compare the Guinness I was having in Dublin at Guinness compared to the Guinness I've only ever drunk here, and it was a completely different beer. If you saw the video I did at the tour house, Abby recorded me drinking it for the first time. That wasn't planned. I didn't even know she was recording. So my stupid face that I made when I was drinking that Guinness, that was my genuine reaction. I was just like, "What is this?" You know, I just didn't know what I was drinking. I was just like, this isn't Guinness. This wasn't the Guinness I was used to drinking, you know. Madness. What do you think of Todd Bowley idea for a North versus South Premier League All-Star game? I think he should shut up about that. Really should. Like, keep his nose out of trying to change the way football's done over here. Just chuck your money into Chelsea and just leave everyone alone. That's my opinion on that. Typo, stouty, but creamy was meant creamy. Creamy. Did a family tree and found our captain Edward Smith is in my ancestry. He was the captain of the Titanic, the original Bird's Eye. It was all his fault.
But he does have great fish fingers, so yeah.
cracking fish fingers. When I do drink Guinness, I prefer it from the nitro can or tap. Yeah, I prefer a nitro Guinness to the original.
Me too.
Tom, did Whiskey Me send you a referral pouch?
Yes, they did. It took me a while to work out actually how to do it. They didn't make it the easiest thing, but yes, I did get a freebie. Thank you, David. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Aberlour, the one that I got free from you. Thank you very much. And it went into a hot toddy 2 weeks ago when I was feeling rough as anything up in Scotland with COVID. So it was much appreciated. Thanks, David.
Perfect. Being in Scotland, being a bit ropey, drinking an Aberlour. Perfect time to have it.
Indeed.
Which is safe to say, I did go to the pisser a lot. It wasn't my belly that was sore the next day; it was my head. Yeah, that would certainly be kicking you in the head. Definitely a few pints of Foster's.
Yeah.
John West Bowley has been in football 2 minutes talking rubbish. Factor. This is football, not the NFL. Yeah, exactly, mate. A beautiful game, not some rubbish you play with your hands and call it football. That's the thing. I quite enjoy American football. I do enjoy watching American football, but it ain't football. You know, so they do need to. Well, they shouldn't change. I'm not saying. Oh, hello, Tom is going for his beer of the year. That's up.
I bought a lot of them.
Big move.
I bought a lot of them.
Got?
I bought 12 of them, so I've got a few together.
I love it. I
need something strong. I'm actually really in the mood for like a few kind of chill pales, but I can't taste them, so I've got to go for big, big brash malty things to get any flavor out of the minute. So, and the coconut edition in this is quite potent, so it works.
Oh, nice. I'm in the mood for a dark beer. I've been drinking. I feel like I'm almost done myself out of drinking Oktoberfest lagers. I do fancy a dark beer, but I don't have much to hand.
It is the season.
I'm gonna have a rummage. I've got a barley wine I could crack open.
Oh, gee, oh. They had a barley wine at the beer festival yesterday, 14%. I thought, it's just not the time. It's just not the time. I appreciate the bravery that goes into putting on a 14% barley wine at a beer festival, but like a 14% barley wine you want with a 3-hour epic film.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it?
It's not part of another session, is it? Let's be honest.
No. I tell you what I have got that I might crack into in a minute. I've got another Fuller's KBS. I've got the espresso version. I might crack into that because that's actually got a nice chill to it. It's been on the shelf. I might have that in a minute.
Nice. I'm saving the 2 delicious American stouts you gave me until I can actually appreciate them.
Oh god, yeah.
Sat at the right temperature, waiting for the day.
Yeah,
You got
to. You need every sense you have for something like that. You got to really take it.
They ain't coming out before it's back. It might take 6 months. I don't care. I'm just going to store them.
Yeah, I told you my story, didn't I, with the Goose Island Bourbon County? I bought a couple of bottles and then I got COVID, and I thought, there's no way I'm opening that now. No way, absolutely not. So I like the jacket, Tom. I think we'll all be getting used to wearing jackets indoors this winter. You know that, mate. You know that.
I mean,
I've already said to the wife, I said, look, the heating's last resort. You wear a jumper, you put your hood up, you put a blanket on. I don't care. The heating is last resort. I don't care. The only time the heating's going on is if we're properly cold or people are coming over. That is the only time, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel quite fortunate. I don't really put mine on much anyway. I've got 3 dogs that heat the place up and enjoy it being cold. So we'll do a 1 room at a time situation. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly. I like it. Todd Bowley also wants Chelsea playing with 11 outfield play. Get rid of goalkeepers. Get rid of relegation. John was, I don't take Bowley seriously, mate. He wanted Tuchel to play 4-4-3. He wanted us to sign Ronaldo. The guy's done a lot of talking. Now it's time to do the booking. Chelsea are winners. Yeah, they've got to back it up. Definitely got to back it up. If you don't win, probably will know about it. Chelsea fans won't put up with it. Yeah, they've come used to winning now. They're not gonna know what it's like if they don't start winning again. So, Tom, you've nailed that issue with the elves. I think the Lord of the Rings show is better than I expected so far. There you go.
I can't take credit for it. I saw someone else do the observation. I went, damn, that's it. That's the problem.
Nailed it. This is where we went to the 2 minute silence. Respectful spirit, everyone in the chat. Yeah, thank you again for everyone who was watching while we were doing that. We had a 2 minute silence, and it was beautifully observed by everyone. It was really nice.
You could have heard a pin drop around here. I couldn't hear anything. Not an obnoxiously exhausted quad bike or anything, which you normally.
I was exactly the same. It was really quiet. I thought I'm bound to hear someone's kid or something run down the road. There was nothing. Really quiet here. It was something special. Yeah, Chris says it was actually very emotional. It was a little bit. I was sat there and I could see the number in the top of the screen. It was still like 23, 24 people were just sat there. Just watching it. I thought, this is actually really cool. You know, this is actually something very, very special. Lots of people saying, well done to everyone. No, rightly so. Observed perfectly. That was rather emotional. I sound like, no, you don't, mate. I'm with you. That was actually quite special. So yeah, well done everyone who was involved in that. Kenny Josie, hello Kenny, how you doing?
How you doing, Kenny?
No, that's all right, mate. You haven't got to apologise. We're glad to have you here. Captain Meats is all right, my lovely sausages. How are you, mate? How are you? Hope you're well, Captain. A lot of love for the crown. Thank you very much. David Wilson says hi, Kenny Joe. Dave Wilson says, Captain me old fruit bat. Hello, John's in. Hello, hope you're doing well. I'm at a barbecue. I'm freezing. Oof, blimey. The weather's changed, mate. Can't be doing barbecues now.
Sit on top of the barbecue. You're warm. It's fine.
Warm your ass. I've still got to have a patio heater or something. Queen's such a sweet voice, which was so powerful and inspiration and funny too. The country's grandmother. She will be missed. She will. And she was a bit like that, weren't she? She was kind of like everyone's nan. You know, the kind of nan that you didn't see very often or ever.
Yeah.
So there was something very comforting about her. Christmas Day, 3:00. If there was nothing else you watched on telly, there was something in my house. We always watched the Queen's speech, and even when I was young, I couldn't give two shits about what she was saying. But there was something, even from a young age, it was tradition. You knew you did.
Yeah.
Watch the Queen wish everyone a Merry Christmas and reflect on the year. It was
bizarre scenario where you really on multiple occasions. I think like my gran was so obsessed. I say was because. Well, it only was because the Queen's not here. My grand's still alive, thankfully. Although quickly catching up with the Queen. But in terms of age, I should say. She's not in Westminster. But yeah, she'd always be like very. She's got to watch it. She's got to watch it. As a result, because of this like odd, like it feels odd when you don't really like have that connection. Like someone's insistent on something. On several occasions, like we watch it, and I'd be like sly-handed comments to like other members of the family, trying to make them laugh based on what the Queen said, like and taking the mick. But then, like years when it was like, when I was somewhere else for Christmas and my gran wasn't there, and I would be like, "We're not watching it then." Like I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like couldn't care less. But also, that is Christmas Day. It's really, it's a really odd thing.
It is odd. Despite everything, you can have a full house. Everyone's drinking beers, having a really good day. You've just had an amazing dinner, and everyone's having a great laugh. But there'll always be someone that say, "It's nearly 3 o'clock, people." There's always be someone that will say, "We're putting the telly on." It's like, we've got to, haven't we? We've got to. It's a weird thing. So I'm assuming Charles III, our new king, will be doing his first Christmas speech. So that'll be fascinating in itself. The King's speech at this Christmas Day, 3 o'clock. So that'll be weird.
Very different. Yeah,
that'd be crazy. So this is what we're talking about. All these little things, It's like you put your hand in your wallet and you pull out a note. It's got the Queen's face on it. That's not going to see any more of them being printed. Well, maybe they will keep printing for a while. I don't know, but gradually that's going to have to change, I imagine. So on the coins as well, every bit of change you put out your pocket, she's on it. So it's a madness, really. It is a madness. It's Captain Meat's adventures in the 21st century. There you go. He's here. Whatever people's opinion of the Queen or royal, she is still a 96-year-old mum and grandmother. Exactly. 100% lads. So at the end of the day, as I said, I'm not a big fan of the royal family, but you will never see a woman like her again. And there is a time and a place. The funerals tomorrow will be historic. It will. And I'm actually this is going to sound weird, but I'm kind of looking forward to watching it in a strange way.
It's an oddity that you'll probably never see again. Because even if other royals die, they probably won't have that lengthy impact. It'll be a one-off for sure.
Yeah, she has been. I did a little community post about it when we first found out, and the first word that came to my mind was Colossus, and that is literally what she's been. To have been the Queen for 70 years in the end. We've literally just celebrated her Jubilee. That's immense. That is immense. And the work that she's put in. I mean, literally 2 days before she passed, she was bringing a new Prime Minister. She just never stopped. She never stopped. So you can't say she wasn't committed and dedicated to everything that she had to do. It's incredible. And Charles has just come in, Charles III. I mean, he's 70. Is he 73, Charles, now?
Something like that. I know Camilla's 75, but yeah, they're around the same age.
So he's no spring chicken. So I mean, I'm not going to go into it, but generally men live a shorter amount of time than women. So it probably won't be long till we're kind of in this situation again. God forbid, but this is why this is so immense, because there's most people you speak to know no other way. She is our Queen. That is that. So there you go. What was people exactly? Here's to Elizabeth, the greatest Queen who ever lived. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, mate. Cheers, buddy. Cheers to you. He's been good this evening. He's had loads of content, which is good. Coming this Christmas, Jim's new album, Jimbo Cop, featuring the songs The Future of Law Enforcement. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. I'll buy that for $1 and bitches leave. What? Well, I've got to go and be told I'm being antisocial. Yeah, John. You're at barbecue. LMAO, exactly. Hello, John. All right, beautiful Johnny. Blimey as well. Absolutely true. Yeah. Come this Christmas, Crummy's new album, Prince Andrew, featuring the songs I Have a Lovely Moat, Is That a Husky in Your Pocket, Line Up the Peasants, and It Was Just a Shooting Party.
I don't know. I don't know if this is true. I saw something there, and this will nicely balance out for those who are not fans of the monarchy. So we'll keep everything on a level playing field. But it's not disrespectful to the Queen or the new king. But I saw something apparently, and I don't know if this is true, but apparently, Andrew is the Duke of Loch Ness, which someone kindly suggested. Should we consider him the Loch Ness noncer? And that tickled me. I love a good wordplay. I was like, I can't not laugh at that. So I was like,
that is cracking. That is cracking.
Credit to whoever I saw on TikTok doing that one. That was fun.
The credit where it's due. That is good.
Yeah.
Chris says, the thing with the Champions League, it's a cup competition. For me, it's the best trophy in football, and the pressure of playing in that competition is insane. Some players can't handle it. It is funny, isn't it? And some clubs just, despite their domestic successes, I mean, the prime example is Arsenal. They've been to one final despite winning 18 league titles? No, not 18 league titles. They've won double figures, haven't they? League titles, Arsenal. They've won more FA Cup than anyone else. Undoubtedly, a hugely successful English club, but they've won fuck all in Europe. Like honestly, even Spurs have won more in Europe than Arsenal have. There's just some clubs that can do it, and I think there is something in the DNA. Liverpool won 6 European Cups. It's mad. Real Madrid 14 European Cups. There's just clubs that seem to get it, and other clubs that just can't get around it. There is something there. I think it's weird. I love a Guinness, especially at Christmas. Never a bad time for a Guinness. Never a bad time. I think that was another one we were talking about. What's the one beer you have to have in the house at Christmas?
Oh. So for a long time, it was Whichwood did a few different Christmas ales. So they did Bar Humbug. They did more than that. I think even pre Marsden's takeover. I'm talking.
Yeah,
they did quite a few different ones, and that was always like it was one of the few like seasonal beers almost. There wasn't a lot of that at that time. I'm going back 15 years, so that was that. These days, you've got to have Guinness in because it's an easy win on people. Normally do a local stock up. That is normally Blue Monkey. Again, it's generally easy. It's in a lot of their stuff's generally easier for people who maybe aren't into fancy beer. I've got a bit of a soft spot for Young's Double Chocolate Stout. That's the other one.
Oh, I've not had that one.
It's not a great beer, but it's just like you don't have to think about it. It's not expensive, and it's got enough kind of smooth and slightly luxury characteristics to make it feel festive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. Yeah, totally with you. For me,
what's your go-tos?
Fuller's ESB is my beer at Christmas. As long as I've got Fuller's ESB, and a lot of them, I'm quite happy. But to be honest, apart from that, I tend to drink more whiskey over Christmas, I find, than I do beer.
Less volume, probably a wise shout.
Yeah. It's something I started doing in sort of my late teens. I'd go out on Christmas Eve and get absolutely bladdered with the lads, and we then had to meet at the pub on Christmas Day morning. The pub was open until like noon. No, it was open from about 11. It was shut about 2 o'clock. For about 2-3 hours, they'd be open. Yeah. And I didn't have the room for beer, so I would just say, "Can I have some Jack?" And I would just drink Jack Daniels. So I'd come home and I'd still feel all right, and I had the room there to eat a roast dinner, Christmas dinner. And I've almost just taken it on. I'll have whiskies. Generally Christmas Day, I'll have a bottle of ESB at some point, usually in the evening once my dinner's gone down. But yeah, mainly I'll be drinking whiskey Christmas Day. So that for a few years now. But from then on, if you're sitting about watching Christmas movies in the run up, I promise you, a bottle of Fuller's ESB with a good mince pie is what is a flavor.
I'm with you. That does sound good.
Do it. Honestly, it's a flavour combination made in heaven. Fuller's ESB and a good, like, brandy rich mince pie. Oh, it's porn. So good.
That does sound good. I'm with you on the whiskey thing for Christmas, but I normally will have beer before dinner, which is always a bad idea, but I can't get myself away from it. But after dinner, where you feel the need to carry on the festivities, but you're just too full at this point.
Yeah.
Then I'll go for a little rusty nail, which is, for those that don't know, just equal measures Scotch and Drambuie, or to be fair, any whiskey you want in Drambuie. There's no one's picking at you on Christmas Day. You can mix it with what you like.
Yeah, Christmas Day.
It just gives it the extra sweetness, but it's really short still. Nice, massive piece of ice in there, works wonders.
Yeah, I like ginger ale with whiskey. I tend to do a lot.
I've got some in the fridge behind me. Love it as a combo.
Yeah, it's a winner. A winning combo. You got that ginger, you got that little bit of festive spice there with your whiskey.
Yeah, all year round, mate. I'll do that. Love it.
There you go. Tom has spoken. But yeah, I'm definitely full as ESB and a good bottle of whiskey. That's all I want at Christmas.
There you
go. Great to hear, Tom. Nice to know referrals work.
Yes, they do. Cheers, David.
There you go. There's nothing more masculine than a bloke wearing a what? Wearing a lum. What's a lum?
I feel like he's going to go lumberjack shirt. I feel that's where he's going to, but I'm not sure if that's what.
Maybe. I hope so, Rich. Football isn't like franchises they play over there. Most of these clubs are pushing 150 years old. Some aspects of the game should remain sacred. Absolutely. There's nothing more masculine than a bloke wearing a plaid shirt with a big bushy beard and a beer. Just need the log fire and a roast pig. There you go.
Well, I've not got a log fire, unfortunately. That would be nice. I would like one, very much so. Although they're always a bit too hot, and I'm always warm, so they don't really. I love the idea of a log fire. In practice, I'd be annoyed by it, but I'm going to have. I'm going to cook a. Well, I say Dictionary Corner probably do most of the work. You're going to do a roast pork dinner tomorrow, post the funeral. So yeah, it's happening.
It's happening. I'm really hoping I can blag a roast dinner at my mum's tomorrow. I said I'd go over there with my mum and dad and watch a funeral with them.
Yeah,
Abby's on holiday, so I didn't really want to sit here and watch it on my own. So I'll go see my mum and dad. I'm hoping I can arrange a nice roast dinner. So, mum, if you're watching, sort it out. Come on. We got an Ewok in. Let's get him in.
Is he here?
Hi, Paul's mum.
Yeah, all I really heard there is we're all going around to Paul's mum's for dinner tomorrow. It's gonna be great.
Let's all go around to dinner. It's going to be mum's for a roasty. That'd be lovely.
How are we doing? Was everything all right?
Very well, mate.
Not bad.
Very well.
How are you? Little bit late. I've just been having beers.
That's all right. Well,
which I don't normally do, to be fair.
Nah, to be fair, you never touch it normally.
He's normally teetotal. I mean, he's odd for a person with a beer review channel because he normally swills it around his mouth and spits it out just so he can get the flavour. That's what. That's
it.
Yeah, I'm kind of more sort of Sardinian wine sommelier style, but
you're a connoisseur, not a consumer. You know?
Yeah.
I'm glad you've arrived because I've got a strict time limit, self-imposed time limit of 9 o'clock because I've got to drive tomorrow, so I need to stop drinking at that point because I know full well that I'll just get carried away and it won't happen. So we've got a nice little 25-minute overlap here until.
Fantastic.
No, I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to take advantage. In fact, there's two of you. I'm just going to bulk downstairs and rinse out a stout glass because it's calling me. So
do that.
1 second.
Tom, how's the taste coming back?
It's not yet. I'll be honest. It's quite unfortunate. It's so yesterday at the Derby Beer Con was interesting because I started with a very flavorful beer, but obviously when it's something you've not had before, you don't really know.
Start with a white stout or something.
I did start with a white stout. It was beautiful. It was an espresso martini white stout. The reason I started with that, it wasn't that strong. It was about 5.4, something like that. But obviously the espresso part, it was a bit coffee. The session started at 11 a.m. So I felt like I needed something a little bit breakfasty. And that actually was a great way to start.
What, because it had coffee in it? Was it not Imperial?
No. It was a 5%er. No, it was fine.
Oh, okay. So it's not as bad as I might have first thought.
No. We got onto the impies later. Many impies were had, but that wasn't one of them. Don't worry, I wasn't going to start that high. But yeah, I had a lot of very flavorful beers yesterday, So it's really hard to judge when something's that flavorful. Like, I can taste it, so maybe I'm okay. But then I had a watermelon wheat beer and a Helles, and I could basically taste next to nothing.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, there is still a problem here. So I'm being I'm having to choose my drinks carefully, which is annoying. I feel fine. I'm still having some oddities from COVID. Like, the best way I can describe it is like a delayed reaction.
Yeah.
So like, I'll walk upstairs or out with the dogs, walk up a big hill, and I'll feel fine. And then 5 minutes later, when I'm on a flat bit of ground, or after I've sat down for 5 minutes, if we're walking upstairs, I'll feel knackered.
Yeah, I hear.
Like, it's like delayed, like lack of oxygen thing. Also, same with temperature. So like, normally, if my house generally is just annoyingly warm all the time, and I don't like it, but I'll walk upstairs and I'll feel, or if anything, I'll feel cold. I'll sit down for a minute, like, maybe I've got a jumper on, whatever, and then in 5 minutes' time, I'll be red hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this odd delayed thing, but I can't complain. I'm a load better than I was a week or so ago. So
I better get a beer open, eh?
You better get a beer open, and we all need to know about York Beer Festival.
Yes. I've had a few Helles down the pub, 4%. Chris, how you doing, mate?
Well, Mark tries to remember what he did at York Beer Festival. I'm going for a piece.
Right. I'll catch up with some chat. I had a third of a 12.5% barley wine earlier. Nice. David Wilson gets stuck in. That's what we love. Captain me says, Tom looked like a Scottish Jedi then when they heard him come. Oh, that far behind with the chat. Anybody would have typed during that, they would have got blocked. So if you don't know, Mark, we observed the 2-minute silence on the channel. It was really well done as well.
Oh, nice one.
We dropped the feed out. We just had our logos up on the screen, and not a word was said in the chat. And we had about 24, 25 people here.
Thanks for everybody.
Everyone did it perfectly. It was amazing. It was really cool. Jim says, I love a barley wine on a good day. Sierra Bigfoot comes to mind. I've got it. I've got one in the fridge. I've got a Sierra Nevada Bigfoot from last year in the fridge. And it was a cracking barley wine, to be fair. The new one must be out soon. 2022 one must be out soon.
I'm just going to rinse this glass. This is the glass I had earlier on Luke's stream.
Oh, yes. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm a grotty bugger when I've had a beer, but I'm not that grotty.
that must have been sat there for a while as well. Have you been out as well?
Look at the lacing on it. That was a Superbock doing that.
That's a good beer, Superbock, man.
I like Superbock.
Yeah.
Had a good
like
Superbock.
No complaints. Marcy's gone. I'm going to crack open a stout. I've got a special one. I've got from Fuller's. I've got the KBS, and this is the espresso version from last year, the 2021 release of their espresso. So,
what's the ABV on that bad boy?
12%.
Ooh,
12%. So espresso brewed with chocolate and coffee, aged in our oak bourbon barrel.
Wowza.
So this should be rather nice. I love their KBS beers. They are outstanding. Oh my goodness.
Just read the comment that's on screen. That's a good turn that I wasn't expecting. Have you read this out yet?
Let that sit for a minute. Which one's at the bottom one? Oh, this one. Paul and Crummy. Edwina Curry's advice for the cost of living: put tin foil behind the radiators. Edwina Curry, the woman that nearly killed people with salmonella. Oh my days.
I'm not sure that's going to work that well.
That's why you never eat a dodgy curry. That's good. For my first, I mean, I've been on 10 minutes.
That took me by surprise. That was very good. Well done.
Straight in there. There she is.
Look at it in his Beer X glass.
It just looks like it's. Do you know what? I love this glass. Shame it's got Beer X written all over it, but it's a really nice beer glass. It's perfect for beers like this.
I loved mine until the dishwasher ate my glass.
Ate it?
Yeah, it was like it had a fight with Hypnodisc from Robot Wars. And you remember Hypnodisc?
Yeah. It ends up in a million pieces.
Yes.
I think I saw Robot Wars once. There's lots of virgins controlling a robot. Yeah. Well, come on, guys. Sorry, I get it.
That's what I thought of.
There's the guilty pleasure of Robot Wars, though, isn't the admiration from the many virgins with remote control things. It's watching the many virgins with remote control things who've clearly spent 6 months meticulously putting something together they think is invincible, and watching it getting yeeted out of the atmosphere.
And so Kill-A-Lot chops it half of his claws.
Yeah, I was watching the look of destruction on their face. It was. I mean, it's a really mean thing to say, but it was fun to watch.
And all the while, Craig Charles is absolutely loving it in his long leather jacket.
It's true.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do indeed.
Chris says, anyway, lads, it's good catching up. Been a while. Paul and Crummy tried to enjoy your bank holiday. Cheers, Chris. If you're off, thanks for getting involved, mate. It's been nice chatting with you. It's been a while, mate.
Okay, Chris, mate. I hope your dad's okay as well.
Yeah, same, mate. Same. Hope all's well there. Jim says, Chris, you should have seen the UK in the 70s and 80s. I don't remember what it was like in the 80s. It seemed easier. That's all I will say. But
you say that there was a lot of suspect TV personalities in that time.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Right, I'm going to get the phone charge because I've got 2%. Sorry, I'm in and out.
Big up to everyone. Yeah, big up yourselves. Big up yourselves. Last beer is in. Hello, last beer. Cheers all. Cheers all. Welcome. Hello. Thanks for joining us. Jim saying hello. Dave saying hello. Which says, is it disrespectful to have a beer during Her Majesty's funeral? That's the question. No, because essentially you are toasting now, aren't you?
If you want to be really if you want to be most respectful, get some Dubonnet, but I don't know where you'd even buy it. But that was her favorite drink. We found out on Friday. It's kind of like martini, but not quite. If you want to get wrecked during the funeral, I think she'd be all on board. I mean, it is British after all. We're not renowned for our restraint on the alcohol front, so I think you're good.
Definitely not. That is why our beer is very low ABV generally. when it gets imported, they lower the ABV because they don't trust us with it. So yeah.
And they would be absolutely right not to.
Yeah, I was about to say, having seen many Wetherspoons on a Friday, it was the correct choice.
I had 27 parts of Budweiser as I drum through this window. There you go. Yeah, you got to have a you got a toaster, haven't you? You got to. Still doing her services tomorrow, then she can rest. Yeah, absolutely. I think the league will be won by who has the best form and fit players after the World Cup. Yeah, I think the World Cup will play an enormous role in which way the title goes this season. Squads will definitely come into it, and that's another reason why Arsenal won't get close because they don't have a squad. And I'm not knocking Arsenal fans right now; they're enjoying it. I get it, but they don't have a squad. Arsenal get a few injuries, they're in trouble. Banging trouble.
I agree.
Everyone gets them. Everyone gets them. They can't avoid it.
Gents, I need a quick poll. I've got 15 minutes. Got time for one more beer. What style do I go for? And keep in mind that I need flavour because otherwise it will just taste like fizzy water.
Imperial stouts are packed with flavour.
It's true. I had a lot yesterday, though. That's why the only reason I'm kind of edging away. Have we got any other thoughts?
Anything else? Triple IPAs? Let's go for the strong stuff.
No, but I've just realised I've got a pretty potent Belgian from Goldrak that might work.
Ooh.
Is it the black label one?
I think I've got the black and the white label one.
Oh, that black label one's about 13.5%, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It might be a bit much. Any other thoughts? Really flavour.
I think a richer stout. The richer the stout. Something roasty.
I think we've either got to go roasty, like Paul says, to get you need aggressive flavours at the moment.
Yeah.
Or you just go bad lager.
That's very true, of course. I forgot about that. Philip was 99, wasn't it, before he passed away? That's the thing. Would Elizabeth have had to give him a telegram? That's the question. And what would have happened? What would have happened if her majesty had reached 100? Who would have given her a telegram?
I've got it. right in the middle. It's a small can, so 15 minutes, plenty of time. The Cocoa Wonderland Chocolate Porter, my favourite supermarket dark beer.
Ooh, nice.
6.8. It's gonna do the trick.
And I think that will do you favours because you know the flavours to look out for.
Yeah, it's not like I'm experiencing this for the first time. Like I've had it made, so we're good.
Yeah.
Good shout.
Richard, my man said men pop their clogs from all the nagging. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Can I just say, most people's introduction in craft type beer is Guinness. Yeah, do you know what? I kind of get what you mean because we all grew up drinking lager, didn't we?
Yeah, I would say I changed the wording there a bit. I think you mean people's introduction to non-lager is Guinness.
Lager, yeah, but I know exactly what you mean. If one of your mates had bought a pint of Guinness, you used to kind of look at them like, "Ooh, a bit posh, isn't you?
Someone's different."
Yeah.
Been to rugby, have you?
He's got a bird coming around. Yeah, it was completely different. I know exactly what you mean there, Captain. Me, you got a good point. It's a good point.
You leave us rugby boys alone, all right?
Oh, drinking a dark beer. I'll get you.
Sorry, says he with the 13% KBS special.
Yeah, I'm a posh twat, so I'm allowed to do it. Yeah.
Okay, it's all right. Then.
This is really good, by the way. But you knew it was going to be good, so
yeah, of course it is.
What are you drinking, Paul? Sorry, mate.
The Fuller's KBS espresso version.
Fuller's.
Did I say Fuller's? Founders.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't recognise that from Fuller's.
Who? Yeah, Founders.
What does it stand for, KBS?
Founders KBS. Kentucky Bourbon Stout.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So they release it every year, but they release different iterations of it. So this is their espresso version. So this is an extra version. So yeah, and it's 12%, but it's beautiful.
This is an interesting experiment in what I can and can't taste. So I'm getting none of the chocolate at all, which is normally the massive flavour in this beer, which is really weird. But the mouthfeel and the experience of the beer is incredible still. Which is odd. It's a really odd sensation.
I've been really critical of Thornbridge, but that is still cracking.
Yeah, I've said that I've always think Thornbridge's dark beers are much better than their light beers.
Yeah, for sure.
But my wife, we've been down to Creative Juices a couple of times the last few weeks, and they've had Lucas Hells on as like a guest ale for the last couple of times we've been down there. Abby's loving it. And to be fair, I had some. I thought, that's actually quite nice. The Lucas Hells from Thornbridge on keg.
It is very good. I do like that beer. I do need to pick you up, though. Who really likes it?
My wife. My wife.
Sometime this on Friday.
My wife.
I heard it and I was like, ooh.
Can't say that now. My wife. Yeah, she really likes it. So, who knew?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, Rich, I think the Queen would be happy if we took a sip of ale during the ceremony. Absolutely.
I'll be doing that tomorrow.
Something I need to plan. You have to have a drink.
The Royals are big drinkers.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's true. I won't be, not out of any moral point of view, but after the ceremony, I'm going to go pick my grandma up and bring her around to have dinner with us. So I need to drive, so I probably won't. But
there you go.
I'll have one later on. So
if you're not driving and you are watching it, have a drink. Have your favourite drink.
I mean, the Royals, I live about on the roads, it's about an hour.
Next door neighbours with him, son.
Yeah, you know, like a kick about of old Hazard.
To be fair, an hour away is within the grounds, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it. And the Royals have a local in Sandringham.
Nice.
So when they visit Sandringham, they have a local. So they're drinkers, the Royals. Don't have it right. They're like a beer.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Phil could put them away. You know he could. Let me catch up with his chat a little bit. Alfred the Great was the first king. Fun fact. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Rest in peace, Liz. I'll be watching Saturday tomorrow. I'm not an overt monarchist, but we're all British at the end of the day, and we should come together. Absolutely, Oliver.
I'm with you, Oliver. I think that's perfect.
Yeah, not very often we get the opportunity to do this, and it'd be nice for us just to come together and just do it properly. It'd be nice. I thought, how do you reckon? Charlemagne? Who?
Charlemagne.
Charlemagne was a French king, Jim.
Charlemagne. First.
William the Conqueror was French.
Outrageous. Just outrageous, isn't it? Bloody French.
Sure he was.
Of all the kings, which one would you like to go for a beer with? Charles III, Crimson, or Dong? Dong?
Hold on.
That's an unfortunate typo.
On them names, Captain Charles III.
Is that that geezer who everyone's seen the photo of, perched on the edge of the bed, just looking at it like that? Is that him? Is that King King Dong?
That dong.
Dong, that's it. He just sits there. It's that photo that everyone knows. Everyone's got a picture of it up on their wall, on it. King Dong. With it hanging down like a rope. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I bought my. Sorry, I got to say this. I bought my mate a mug for his birthday, and it was just a black mug, but it changed as soon as hot water got into it, and it was that picture.
No.
Really hoping he bought it. Went, what on earth? They put it to the back of the cupboard and then gave it to his elderly relative at some point. That's my hope.
That's
amazing. That's such a good idea. That is such a good idea. He's probably thinking, thanks, Tom, for the mug, black mug. And then found out the secret. Love it. I love that. That's so good. The best beer for Christmas is this lager, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course it is.
Get used today. Available all over the UK. we were talking earlier, Mark. We were saying what Jim mentioned it, the beer he likes to have at Christmas. So he got into a discussion with me and Tom. What is the one beer that you have to have in the house over Christmas?
I go really traditional at Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
So I tend to look. I love a really. It's difficult because I don't think there's a brand of beer. I just look for a really fruit cakey, dark fruity, malty, kind of bitter. 4.5% tends to be slightly stronger.
We've all gone the same way. I think different ways of answering it, but actually, yeah, very trad, very festive. Suits the mince pie vibe.
I'd say ESB, but I only had ESB relatively recently for the first time.
That's what Paul said.
Yeah. My beer on Christmas Day has to be the Fuller's ESB with a mince pie. It's the best thing in the world.
I can totally appreciate that. And what's that? Is it called 1898? The really naughty version of what Fuller's brew. Golden 6.5% or something.
Yeah, it's 1845.
That's the one. I'd imagine that's really good. But yeah, I tend to go trad.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, at least we're all on the same page with that one then.
It's interesting to hear that actually.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Of all the beers that we work our way through and talk absolute waffle about the rest of the year, we all go back to traditional 8.
No one could care less about your deepers and your 14% impies. No one's interested at Christmas.
I don't want a bloody tropical triple hot IPA. Just what Fuller's ESB and a mince pie. I'm quite happy with it. And a bottle of whiskey.
If I see Sabro or Mosaic on Christmas Day, it's not a Christmas Day.
It's true. Yeah. No, you're right.
Or Pilgrim.
It's the middle of summer. We're not going to put an umbrella in it. It's not Christmas, is it? Shocking behaviour. Christmas like to have a Fuller's Vintage. Oh, now you're talking.
There we go, David.
There you go.
Now you're talking. See, I've still got. I drink a Fuller's Vintage every year. Normally, I only buy one bottle, but a couple of years ago, I bought 2. I drank one. I've still got one. It's the 2020 Vintage. I've still got it, and I'm thinking, how long am I going to save it for? Because they're supposed to be good for like 10 years or so. But then if you follow certain people, people will buy like loads and loads of bottles of it and drink one every year just to see how it's progressing, how it's aging, what it's doing. I've still got it in its box. It's in my garage, sitting there in a dark, cool place. I'm just thinking, how much longer do I age that beer before I just crack it open and drink it? I don't even know what flavor it is.
Tom, as the whiskey expert, might know that there's a maturity cliff, isn't there? There's got to be a maturity sort of.
Yeah, well, I mean, whiskey's. I suppose it is the same in that anytime you age anything, it doesn't really age a lot beyond packaging. So if you bought a 20 or 30-year-old whiskey 20 years ago, it's not now a 50-year-old whiskey. Because that's not really. It's only in contact with itself and glass or can or whatever. It's not really going to do a lot more. Beer is a little bit different because it does start to it depletes faster than whiskey does.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's not necessarily always a bad thing because sometimes, obviously, big, heavy, strong barley wines or whatever come out, and actually, the first year they come out, they're probably a bit abrasive. Give them 2 years to mellow out, and actually, then it's probably going to be quite nice. So, how strong is that one, Paul?
Which one? The one I'm drinking now?
No, the one you've got stashed away in the garage.
Fuller's vintage.
I think off the top of my head, I think it's 8.5%. Hang on, I might be wrong. Let me double check it.
I think my mind says if it's sub 10, then you're probably within like 3 years.
A few years, yeah.
If it was a 15%er, you definitely get to 5 easy, if not a few more. And if it was north of 15, then you could go 10 plus. That's kind of it's the general rule of thumb. It's not absolute. So
this is where we got Bramall in. Bramall will know this.
8.5%. Yeah, but I've still got it in the box.
The thing is, logically, I'd be thinking, mate, go to 2025 and it's a nice round number. I think saving it forever and going to 2030 is too far. It won't be any good. But actually, 8.5, I even think 25 might be too far.
Yeah, I might just crack it open this Christmas.
I think to be on the safe side, like it might be a bit better next year, but it also might be worse. Yeah. So I think I'll go for it this year.
There you go. For a live stream, we've got Christmas live streams coming up galore. I'm going to crack open a 2-year-old bottle of Fuller's Vintage.
I've got a couple of great beers, some aged, some not, for Christmas as well. So I think we should need to do a big Christmas stream because I think there'd be some good stuff knocking around.
This is one of my keepers. Paul, you might have heard of this. Crummy as well, actually. You're quite trad. Green Jack Baltic Trader.
I know who Green Jack are, but I'm not familiar with the beer. What's the style?
Export stout. Where's the ABV? It was brewed on the 19th of October 2021. It was bottled in March. Where's the ABV? Maybe they don't put it on.
Oh, got to be on there somewhere.
Mate. Oh, 10.5.
Oh, nice. Oh, that'll last a little bit for sure.
That sounds
you just reminded me. In addition, it was a separate beer from the 14% barley wine that was at the beer festival yesterday. Someone had got a barrel aged stout. They've been barrel aging for 3 years.
Oh,
that was also a bit brave, but it was also ridiculous. I think it was a 12%. It was still too much.
Can you imagine the flavour? Obviously, it depends on the barrel and what flavours you get, but can you imagine the flavour? It's been barrel aged for that long.
Yeah.
It's that sort of thing I don't want at a beer festival. It's just like I want that as a one-off, as an experience on its own.
Beer festival, you kind of need to get into a rhythm, don't you? Otherwise, you get into serious trouble. You can't. I feel like anyway, when I'm at a beer festival, I kind of need to stick to certain styles and then maybe change it up at the end a little bit. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble quick, And that generally, I'll be honest, is like lighter stuff, pales, lagers, things like that.
I was hitting bitters, pales, and I didn't go into the IPA.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brew London, you were hitting everything by all accounts. So.
Brew London, 3 o'clock, I was at Vibrant Forest hitting the Imperial Raspberry and Licorice Stouts.
Oh dear.
So we've got to the bottom of the chat. We've got Barry, all the beer, no idea is in. Hello, Barry.
Hello, mate.
How you doing?
Hope you join us, buddy. Hope you're well. And also Luke is in. Luke, thank you again for having this early, mate. Appreciate that. It was good fun.
Yeah, that was funny.
I can't believe he's still awake.
Nah, that should be off his nut by now.
Well, it was funny because when I logged into his chat, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon, and I logged into a thumbnail that said Sunday morning live. How long
did he go for? Is it 6 hours or something you went for in the end?
It was a long time.
Mental. CGR said used to get Hen's Tooth by Morelands, bottle conditioner, 6.5% ale. Not seen it for 2 years. I've had Hen's Tooth before, and I remember it being quite lovely. So I still quite enjoy Old Crafty Hen. I still think that's still quite a nice beer. You know?
I've never really got on with it, but I kind of get it at the same time. If that makes sense. Like I don't even maybe the modern interpretation of Old Speckle's a bit off, but yeah, it's not. I understand it.
It's almost like Old Crafty Hen is kind of like the minimum you can go in now, almost for me anyway.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Yeah, do you know what? That's still quite drinkable. You know?
When did Green King acquire Old Speckled Hen or Moreland?
God knows.
Oh, it's a good question.
I feel like it was. I feel like about 3 or 4 years. Is it like, unless someone wants to correct me in the chat, but there's probably a direct correlation between when Green King got hold of it and he went like that.
Yeah,
because I live near Green King and I just don't drink beer.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't remember. I can't remember drinking the Crafties, the Hen range without Green King having ownership of it. To be honest.
Oh, so I'm probably well beyond what I'm saying.
I don't know. It used to be decent a long time ago, but I don't know who their ownership was at that point. So I'm not sure. Gents, I'm going to have to say my goodbyes because I promised myself 9 o'clock. It's already gone past that. And I do actually have to drive tomorrow, so I need to stop drinking, unfortunately. And I've not had any yet, which is always not a good thing. So
never a wise move.
But have a great stream. Enjoy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hope everyone, thanks everyone again for the well-observed several minutes silence that we ended up doing. Hope everyone enjoys tomorrow's televised behaviours as much as they can. I don't know. It's a really odd thing. You don't know what the right thing to say is on these things.
Yeah.
So you're like, don't get miserable. That's always a good shout out because I'm sure no one would want that. But enjoy what you can and enjoy the bank holiday if you got it off. And see you very soon. Cheers, folks.
Cheers, Tom.
Cheers, Tom. Check out the Crummy Beard. Check him out. Top guy. Great channel. I'm pointing the wrong way. It's over there.
I'm over here somewhere.
It's over there. Him. Check out the Crummy Beard. Check out his channel. Top guy. Cheers, Tom.
Cheers, guys. See you soon.
Bye, Tom.
Bye.
Crummy Beard. Thank you for that. Joining us for the first 2 hours of this stream. That was lovely.
How nice is he, by the way?
He's a legend. He's a lovely, lovely guy. Really is a lovely guy. He like I said, he sorted us right out, didn't he? When we went to the karting back in, what was it, March, April, when we first went? He sorted us all out. He sorted us all out with his beers. And it's the second time we've done it. Because when I first met him, it was up at Lord's last September sometime. We did the live.
You know what? I was in Lord's today and they've still got the signs in the sign holders.
Oh, as you walk in. Yeah. Welcome the Crummy Beard. Welcome, Paul's Beer Reviews. Yeah, they proper laid it on because we did the live stream from the brewery. We did the live stream behind the bar, and that was the first time I met him. And he turned up with a crate of Blue Monkey beers for both of us, and all these pork pies and all that from local. But we're like, "What is going on?"
I'll do it.
You know, I was like, "I didn't bring nothing for him." I felt like a right dick. So I saw him at the karting a couple of weeks ago, and I thought I've got to get him some good beers. So I got him a couple of massive American barrel-aged stouts. I thought he'd appreciate that.
I rocked up last time. I can't remember. Did I give him anything? And he gave me a Blue Monkey Imperial that's in this box.
I've still got mine. Yeah,
lovely bloke.
They're lovely. Yeah, he's a properly nice guy. Oliver's on the London Pride, which I still say is one of the great beers. London Pride is still a top beer if it's done properly. When you get it on cask, Fuller's Pub, it's still one of the best beers you'll ever drink. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful beer. Jim says, I enjoy Sierra Nevada Celebration Ale. So do I, my friend. So do I. I only tried it for the first time last Christmas, and it was lovely. It was lovely.
To get on this Sierra Nevada thing. What I need to do is just ring fence about £100 and just go in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. They're not that expensive either.
They're not. They're really not.
They're not that expensive. You can do it. But I tried to get the Celebration Ale the Christmas before last and couldn't get it. It went really ridiculously for some reason. I don't know why. This year they had more, I think. So I was able to buy like 6 cans of it. And it's a very, very good IPA. It's just a very good Sierra Nevada IPA. It's still not a patch on Fuller's ESB at Christmas, though. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you. I do hear you.
That's all I'm saying. You can't drink Celebration IPA with mince pie. Yeah, and that is Christmas. You can drink Fuller's ESB with a mince pie, and it's just Christmas in your mouth. It's just perfect. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I can't get enough of this.
It's terrific, isn't it? I was drinking it before you came on. I've got a couple of bottles behind me.
The
Going to
thing
drink.
is, the last thing I need in my life is a 6% beer.
Yeah, it's true though, isn't it? It's true. You gotta go, lads and lasses. Driving duties. It's been great. Thanks for having me. Enough love and respect, Paul, crummy beard guy, and chat laters. Thank you very much. He's probably well gone by now, but thank you.
Good to see you, mate.
Yeah, he's been terrific tonight. He's been inputting loads. So yeah, thank you for watching us this evening. Do appreciate that. David Wilson saying goodbye to him. Captain Mix of Chelsea are such a crazy club. They sold Kevin De Bruyne, Salah, and have basically ruined Werner and Havertz. Well, I think Havertz has still got time on his side, hasn't he? Werner's ended up back at where they bought him from. So that's a strange one. But yeah.
Yeah, I think Chelsea's a bit of a weird club in that respect.
They're obsessed with success, which isn't a bad thing, and they seem to do whatever it takes to get it. But the players they've let slip through their fingers, it's getting
criminal.
Yeah, it's getting a bit parody now, isn't it? Really, or a RIS like Three Floyd's Dark Lord. Am I being stupid? What's an RIS, Mark?
Royal Imperial Stout? Is it Royal? Russian Imperial Stout.
Russian Imperial Stout. That's got to be what it is. Three Floyd. Three Floyd.
I got there in the end.
You got it. At least someone. I didn't have a clue. I'm going. Oh, a wrist. Not a clue. Not a clue. Oi, Matt Hall's in. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
Did you have a beer with Matt yesterday?
No, he was at Derby Beer Con.
Of course, it was at the wrong one, wasn't he? Yeah, that's right. I knew he was at one of the bloody beer festivals this week.
The Derby Beer Con looked insane.
Lineup looked wicked, didn't it?
I think had I have to have chosen between two festivals, between York and Derby Beer Con, it would have been Derby Beer Con.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really wanted.
But I love York. Don't get me wrong.
Oh God, yeah. I really wanted to do York this year, and I was saying to John, "What's the dates? What's the dates?" And he's like, "Oh, it's the end of September." And I'm like, "Oh, that's all right. I could probably put that off." And then he sprung it on me. It was right in the middle of September, and I was like, "You knobhead!" It's like, I literally couldn't. I couldn't put the time off work because I was bang up for it. It wasn't to be. Next year, maybe. Next year.
I'll tell you what. Talking of York Beer Fest, one of the beers I had was from Marble. No. Red Willow. And it was because we were at Beer X in March.
May.
Was it May?
Oh, Beer X. No, Beer X. Yeah, you're right, March. Sorry.
March.
Yeah.
And there was one brewery that got first, second, or third in literally every category, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And it was Red Willow. And they were everywhere. And it was like the crew around us people around us weren't surprised that they got it. And it was obvious that these guys were an under the radar brewery if you lived south of Birmingham, let's say. Because I think they were predominantly cask. So obviously not a lot of that is going to get south of Birmingham because I think Red Willow were from Manchester or somewhere. So I went yesterday and it was like a mission. It was like Red Willow. Because I went to GBBF, got too pissed too early, couldn't drink Red Willow. And I was like, right, Red Willow. And one of the best beers I had yesterday was a Sabro and Simcoe Pale at 4%. And it was unreal.
From Red Willow?
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Oh, nice.
And it was it was straight off the cask. And it was insane. And I was like, wow, I get the hype. I get it. Like, it was like a tick moment. It was like, I get it.
I need to put in an order with Red Willow. Another brewery I need to put an order in with is Stannery. I need to put an order in with them.
Yes.
Beating the shit out of my microphone. But yeah, I need to do that as well. Because we heard that a couple of really good breweries have gone under this week. We were chatting about it the other day, weren't we? Nomadic. They've decided to call it a day. which is horrible because they absolutely smashed it. Literally, 4 months ago at Brew London, they were smashing.
They had the highest rated beer at Brew London.
Yeah, which is madness. And they've had to call it the day, which is horrible. And the other one is Three Sods in Hackney, and they were literally my brewery of the year last year. Everything I had from them was outstanding, and they've had to call it because they just can't afford to keep running. It's horrible. I feel I've literally got a Three Sods can behind me. Yeah, I've got their Moncherry IPA can behind me. Love that beer. Love that beer.
Such a shame, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah. Anyway,
I think it shows you. I think this is a massive thing, and it might be worth a video actually. And it's not about the marketing. So what you buy, how good it is, isn't based off the marketing. It's over. I think there's a lot of breweries that overmarket themselves. Brew York. Sorry, did anyone hear that?
Glad someone said it.
Yeah, but Nomadic and Three. I've never had a Three Sods beer. I'm going off what Paul says here. But Nomadic are incredible. And I think, I don't want to mention, or I will mention the name, Twisted Wheel. I think they were kind of like worrying about things. And
I was literally chatting to Twisted Wheel at London Craft Beer Festival the other week. So I hope rumours about them aren't true, because they're a lovely
incredible
couple.
brewery again.
Yeah, really good beer, lovely couple. I hope things are okay there, but I don't know. But it's worrying times, man. Worrying times for these breweries.
But more than ever, it's, if you're watching this stream, get to your local brewery, have a little look around, just Google it.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, like I've said I'm probably gonna up my live stream game over the last few months, because I've been really trying to make up for lost time with the pandemic and everything. I didn't get to spend time with people in places that I wanted to spend time with. But obviously with the winter coming up, and everyone's trying to count the pennies at the moment, which is totally understandable. I'm going to try and up my live stream game again. So if you are looking for beer recommendations, people like Mark and myself, unfortunately, we're creatures of habit, and we're always on the lookout for good beers from smaller breweries. So help your local breweries if you can. I know I'm not trying to be a pretentious prick, but honestly, help your local breweries. Help your smaller breweries, because if we don't, they're going to be gone. And the examples we've just mentioned there, Nomadic and Three Sods, literally top brewing quality.
Well, just talking Nomadic, what breweries are at Brew London?
Vocation were there. Brew York were there. Tiny Rebel, Brewdog, big
Mad Squirrel.
Mad Squirrel were there.
Farmyard.
Yeah, there were some big boys there. And yeah, like I say, Nomadic had the highest rated beer at the festival, and now they're gone. And that's
scary, isn't it?
That's a madness. That is a madness.
It's not a talent. It's not a talent-driven organisation or industry. Sorry.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's how it works. So if you like a brewery, help them. Keep buying their beer. Spread the word. In fact, do it now. Do it in the chat. If there's a brewery that perhaps people don't know about, put it in the chat right now. A brewery that you want to give a shout out to.
What about if people in the chat Googled a brewery near them that they didn't know and they put it in the chat?
Yeah. Do that.
I mean, I'm going to have a look now.
Do it.
A brewery near me that I didn't know.
Do it in the chat right now. If there's a local brewery or a brewery that you really rate, might not even be local to you, that perhaps you've had beer from that's been outstanding, but you don't feel like they're getting the recognition they deserve, put it in the chat right now. It only takes a couple of people to put in a few orders. It can make their week, We could do something quite good here. We really could.
I'll start it off. And it's a brewery that I knew that existed, but I didn't know they were near me. And it's Shorts Farm.
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, Mark. Can you put it in the chat? Have you got that?
I can't do that, mate. I have to look on my phone.
Can't do that. Well, let me catch up. Chat. Jim says hi, Matt. David Wilson says hi, Matt Hall. Captain says Predator's nothing about Dutch getting into the get on the chopper. Good old. Matt says hi, Jim and Dave. Jim says hello to Mark. Everyone's saying hello to each other, which is great.
Hello.
Mark, great live with John.
Oh, thank you, mate. I was fair pissed when that happened, so I appreciate that.
Fair pissed. Full sex. Rambo would give the Predator a war. He could not win. Oof. Mark, you all right, bruh? Says
Hello, mate. Hey, Ollie, how you doing, mate?
Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Kenny Joe says I had to shave my beard off because the doctor wanted to take a closer look at my face. I've had one more visit and the beard comes back. Good man. Get that beard back on. The weather's coming. Winter's coming as well. Get that beard back on. Sorry to hear that, Kenny Joe. At least the beard comes back, Kenny. You're on the mend, son. When I had the vid, I thought I had long COVID as I kept testing positive after 12 days. You just have to forget and keep plugging away. Here he's with me now. Chris says, courage. I'm not going to elaborate, Chris, because it's rude. And you're coming on completely the wrong live stream. You think I'm
Chris
say
is a
that.
Gillingham fan. Come on, you Jules.
Come on, you Gillinghams. Come on, you goldfish. Go. I'm not saying
there's loads of comments coming in now for small breweries. It's awesome. I'm looking at it now. It's awesome. David
Eschel says, dry spit roast pig on bonfire night, top notch with beer. Oh yeah.
Oh mate,
that sounds like porn. Love that. Plug it away. Hopefully, you will soon get your taste back. Absolutely.
Ollie, is it you that lives? Who is it that lives in Trouse near Norwich? I feel like it's you, Ollie.
Norwich.
Is that right? Get the chat. I feel like it's you. I thought it was Henry 420, but I feel like it's someone that had numbers in their name.
That's where you live. It does good to wear you. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to wear your face out every now and then. It happens. David Wilson, Paul, the 2022 Bigfoot is for sale. Oh, shit. I need to get in there. I thought more Scotch Ale, found it very bitter. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm going to have to get a couple of bottles. I really liked last year's one. Really good barley wine. Very good. My Derby Beer Con class didn't survive the journey home. No. My Black Irish t-shirt. No. Now had shards of glass in it. I bet Black Irish do a banging t-shirt as well. Their artwork is insane. This goes in. Evening, beautiful beer humans. Happy damn Sunday night. Have a good one. Cheers. Thank you, Disco. If you're still in, mate. I hope you're still in. I'm so behind. I do apologise. Jim says, hello, Disco. Catch me says, Paul, you need to give the Ring of Power a go. It's getting really good. I will do it. Davey says, hello to Disco. Jim, CMA. Paul.
Country Music Awards.
Country Music Awards. Paul does have a Ring of Power. He's precious. Precious, eh? What's Chips, precious? I can't do a Garland voice. Disco says, howdy, Jim. David Wilson, cheers. Neil Long is in. Neil Long, you absolute scouse slag. How are you, son?
Hey, Neil. I tell you what, his Instagram is good.
Yes, it is.
Annoyingly so, because he lives right near Liverpool or in Liverpool.
Yeah, he has some cracking ones. He went to the Cairns Brewery, didn't he, last weekend? He had the raisin beer. It looked beautiful the way it was poured. We're like a little bit more head, but it looked very nice.
That's in a bar, a really prominent bar in Liverpool. And Neil sent me a few videos of that bar, and they seem to have banging beer, and the environment's insane.
In Liverpool, I only went to Liverpool for the first time when I was with you at BRX. The first time I'd ever been to Liverpool.
Same.
And I was pleasantly surprised. It's actually a really, really nice city.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think you can sum Liverpool up in. We were going to record. Do you remember I had that beer in my rucksack, and it was a Sure Shot double IPA, and we were going to review it. I washed a glass out with a sock. This is a true story. I washed a glass out with a sock. Do you remember?
I'm so glad we never drank that. I'm
so glad. I washed a glass out with a sock because back in March, I was like really new to the game, and it was like, oh, Paul and Simon want to do a beer review with me included, and I was part of the gang, and it was like awesome, and it was like I love that. And then it didn't happen, and I was like, okay. And we walked around this old dock, this beautiful, beautiful old dock that's now full of like vintage shops, beautiful restaurants, and everything else. And we walked, excuse me, and we hit this like AstroTurf area that had benches on it. Do you remember, Paul?
Yep.
And it was like, oh, this belongs to like I can't remember what it's called. It wasn't downtown or
Neil will know. Neil will
Neil,
know.
Neil will
The
know.
name of
An
the bar.
underground bar, Neil, that does beautiful pizzas and stocks the most amazing beer in the world.
Neil, if he's still in the chat, he will know the name of the bar. I should know the name of the bar, really.
I think it was Simon went up to the bar. He didn't know, but it was the bar manager and said, "Can I have a couple of glasses?" And he was like, "Why?"
The guy
came
up.
explained, and he was like, "Oh no, mate, why don't you come in and just get a load of beers to taste because we're doing a tap takeover?" And it was by the Colonel, wasn't it?
Yeah, the guy came up. He came up because he was like clearing up, just making sure everything was tidy because he was getting opening soon. And he said, "You're right, lads." And we spoke. Simon spoke to him about what we were doing, and he said, "I could do better than that." He said, "We're having a Colonel tap takeover." So he said, "If you want to come down and grab I'll pour you a couple of Colonel beers, and you can review that if you want, with the backdrop of the water and the buildings behind us."
Got to step in, Neil Long, the Turncoat Bar. Was the Turncoat Bar.
Turncoat. Yeah,
it was.
Wicked, like a beautiful underground bar. And the guy working behind the bar was just ridiculously friendly, and it was that everywhere we went. Everywhere we went, everyone was just really, really friendly. And we figured out what we were doing there. It's almost like they were trying to impress us. Do you know what I mean? They were
the thing for me was,
try that.
It was the first time I'd ever done anything in another city. So I'd gone to a strange city, never done this before. I kind of followed your lead a little bit, your and Simon's lead a little bit, and it was like, oh, I'm drinking a Russian Imperial Stout from Colonel that's probably about 11-12 pound a half, and it was given to me, and it was like tasting it. It was, I don't know, it's just a really cool experience. Just I don't know. It's just sort of gives you some sort of validation as to what you're doing.
Yeah, people in the beer industry are ridiculous, and they continue to surprise me. I mean,
yeah,
I've spoken about Liverpool a couple of times. Leeds is another one. Once I think people have recognised me a couple of times in Leeds, and John as well. And once you get talking to them about beer, it seems like they can't do enough for you. And Leeds was the first proper experience I had of that. Everywhere we went, and I've spoken about Vocation. They are ridiculous. Vocation are ridiculous. They are the friendliest people that you could ever speak to. I don't know them. I don't know them. You know, the couple of people have said, "Oh, we know who you are. We've seen the channel." But you get talking to them, and they always want to talk to you about what they're selling you. And this is bearing in mind they're one of the bigger craft breweries in the UK now. They're in the supermarkets and all that. Everyone knows Vocation. But they always seem to have the time to talk to you. And that's even when we went to the bar in Leeds. So we went into the bar. Bear in mind, it was a Friday night. I'm sure it was a Friday night. It was busy in there. Yeah. But they still had a member of staff there who kind of just left the rest of them to it to come and chat with us about the beer. And he turned the music down in the room that we were in so we could do a little beer review of an Imperial Red that they were serving at the time. Just little things like that. It was just they couldn't do enough. I just think that's amazing. I think that stuff like that, little things like that are amazing. And it was the same with that guy at the Turncoat in Liverpool who went down and poured us all. What did we have? A third of this export stout from the Colonel.
Yeah, me and you done a review, didn't we? It was recorded on John's time, but it never got released.
Right. I think it went on Simon's channel. Yeah, and we all just stood there by the docks of Liverpool reviewing a beautiful Colonel Stout. Funnily enough, we were in Liverpool drinking beer from London, which is kind of ironic.
Go figure.
Yeah. But you wouldn't get that service in London, though. I promise you. Anyway, Jim says, "Hey, Neil." Dave is saying hello to Neil. John Morris, Lukaku, worst player Chelsea ever had. I rate Lukaku. I'd have him at Spurs in a heartbeat. I think he'd do some damage. Mark, you look quite fresh considering your jaunt.
Yeah, I've got 12 hours on that, so.
Homer Simpson be the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. Homer Simpson's a wise man.
He is, isn't he?
He is. Otherwise, the missus drove me to the co-op for more beer. Oh, he's back. He's
back. Hello, UK.
He's back in the game. Joe Barnes in the UK, for funeral. Also, members of royal families from other countries are here. There you go. Everyone's here for the big dude tomorrow. Oh, he's off this time. Have a great night, lads. I'm off this time. Traffic murder.
Take care, mate.
Murder. Just like murder. It's been a murder. John Morris, my apologies for Potato Head showing up at the funeral. Oh, yeah, he's here. Company Biden's here, isn't he? Yeah, I forgot about that. Vintage are worth buying multiples off. They change year on year. They do slightly different recipe, don't they? Every year, David. I'm looking forward to it. I always enjoy it. I always enjoy the Fuller's Vintage, and this is the only one I've ever aged. I thought I'd keep it, and I'm already thinking I might just drink it now. You know, come Christmas, I think I will do. We're going to do loads of live streams and that over Christmas. I'm going to crack one open and see how it's aged 2 years on. See what it's like.
On that subject, David's just said he's off. So take care, David, mate.
David's on. David's on. Off. He's off.
He's off. Bye all. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, mate. I'm getting close. I'm catching up with this chat. I promise. I am catching up. I'm not actually. I'm going up. It's kind of going quite a long way up.
Paul, I've just thought we're both estranged husbands. Both of our wives are in Spain or in Europe.
That is random, isn't it? What is that all about? What is that all about? Probably random. You know they're on the piss somewhere, aren't they? In Spain right now, them two.
Right, we'll be doing a Paul's beer reviews 24-hour live stream.
Absolutely. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going until everyone falls over. Barry's in. If Barry's still, I hope you're still here, mate.
Hey Barry, how you doing, mate?
100% also said a woman is like beer. They look good, they smell good. You step over your own mother just to get one. Oh dear. I love
that, Joel.
I hope you said that. Also, the Staropramen alcohol percentage defo isn't what it is. Hits you like a barrel of tits. I'd love to get hit by a barrel of tits, to be fair. I'd take that. That's the way to go, isn't it? You're all good, Marco Polo. Hope you.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Well. Chris has been on good form tonight.
Chris is awesome.
Hey up. Dave says hello. Barry, he's alive.
Hey, Barry.
He's alive. He's saying hello to Captain. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Hello, Mr. Wilson. It's 6.5 hours Luke went for. His Sunday morning stream turned into Sunday stream. Basically. And it was carnage. It was carnage. That this poor girl, Angie, this Angela, this American woman, and everyone was just talking about fannies and stuff around her, and she was just taking it like a champion. Amazing. Mark, how do you rate Woodford's?
I really rate Woodford's. I think they've got a really good. I think they're on the cusp of being really good regionally and then craft. I think their traditional stuff's insane. Woodford's very on cask. I don't think is there a better amber bitter in the UK than that? Widely available? I don't know. Not for me.
That's a big shout. That is a big shout.
It's really good.
He rates Woodford's. Dave says cheers, Tom.
Yeah, I really do.
Barry says I'll be watching the stream. Sharp Stuff is in. Good evening. Hello,
hey, Sharp Stuff. How you doing, mate?
Thank you for joining us. Barry says it's got to be done. Green King bought more than 2,000.
Oh, cheers, David. Thank you, mate.
There you go. So that's probably why I don't remember ever having Speckled Hen without it having more than Green King owning it.
See, this is why it's a difficult conversation because Morelands weren't Morelands like originally like Yorkshire or somewhere.
Yorkshire.
I did do that. I don't know why I did that, but I did. Yorkshire.
Mark just had a stroke live on the low live, ladies and gentlemen.
The last time I had a stroke live, I got demonetised. It's not a lie. I haven't even monetised yet.
Phil, the low live. CJ says, going on to the red wine shop, only had 4 cans of Madry left apart from Foster's. Oh, Christ. That's a sad state of affairs, isn't it, really?
Is that Spanish lager brewed up in Burton on Trent?
Brewed down the road, yeah. Yeah. I quite like Madrid. I don't think it's terrible, but you wouldn't want to, you wouldn't want to buy it, though, would you really? No. If you want a beer, that's not what you're going to go out for. Just up to the Crummy Beard. He's sound. He's a lovely guy.
He really is.
No idea is here. Your channel is good. You crack me up every time. You wipe the table away in midair at the beginning of it. I've noticed Barry does that. If I, hello guys, it's just swipe something off the table that no one else can see.
the old diamond horse goes off.
That's it. Well, I think he's a decorator, isn't he, Barry? Maybe it's just a bit of dry paint that fell off his shirt or something in preparation.
I'll tell you what he's doing. He's wiping down the old wallpaper board.
No, that's it. Right, we'll drink a beer for you fucking wankers. Here we go. Oh, no, that's what she said, Baz. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. Oh, get down, get down. Randall from Florida.
Hey, Randall, how you doing, mate?
Good evening. Good evening, Randall.
Great font, by the way. Look at that.
Look at that. Hey, that's a bit classy, isn't it?
Mm.
Everyone else, I feel like I need to up my game now.
Oh, just went.
You just smacked yourself in the tooth. That's the best jump you've ever had.
The side of my slice is so long. It's about 3.5 meters long. It's just
I can say it sneaks up on you. It's like a Visinglass, isn't it? Bosh.
I'm drinking out of a javelin spear like that. Come on, man.
You have to approach it like a yard of ale there. It's only a Visinglass. Good evening, Randall. Thank you for joining us. This is a good channel, man. It's real. And hi, David Wilson. I just saw you say hi on the screen. Everyone loves David Wilson. Top guy. Jim says hello, Randall. If I'm ever able to travel to England, the first place I'd like to visit is an old English pub. The older, the better.
Oh, mate.
I'll tell you what, mate. You come around my neck of the woods, I'll take you to the oldest pub in England.
Nah, you ain't got that, have you?
Yeah, the old Fighting Cocks in St Albans is the oldest pub in England.
I thought that was your Pornhub username.
It is as well. Fighting Cocks. It's always up for a go, that one.
Guaranteed sword fights around there.
Yeah. Short fights, measure ups in the toilets. It's all the rage. It's all the rage. Randall saying hello to Jim. So look at all the Americans coming in. Great. Head to York and Randall, says Luke.
Oh, York. I went there yesterday for the first time. Unreal. Honestly, Paul, it feels like it's like being in a different country.
I'm properly jealous. I want to get to York, man.
I went to Trembling Madness' shop.
Mm.
That's when I think I sent a video to you on John's Instagram, didn't I?
You going round and round in circles.
It was well weird. John was like, "Why don't we spin around?" I was like, "This is a little bit Walt Disney, but I'll do it."
Okay.
The Trembling Madness shop is unreal.
Madness.
Honestly.
Yeah.
So reasonably priced as well. You're looking at like a 4-6 pale ale from Track for like £3.20.
Yeah.
Like, you're not talking a lot of money.
Proper prices. I don't know how they can afford to charge it that low compared to everyone else.
I think it's scale.
I did an online beer shop with Trembling Madness, and I compared it to my local beer shop, which is actually called Beer Shop. It works out like £1 cheaper per beer if you go to Trembling Madness, which
really
it's not ideal when you try and support your local businesses, but at the same time, when everyone's trying to watch the pennies, it's like,
well, I'll tell you what, you're not supporting a big business in Trembling Madness.
No, but somehow they can charge less than. I don't want to keep saying it because they put their prices up now, but it's it's value for money. And they get it to you the next day, which is the weird thing. If you put in an order with them, well, it might not be tomorrow. If you were to put an order in with Trembling Madness on Tuesday morning, it would be with you Wednesday morning.
And can I say, I know this beer's been hunted for. They have the Augustine at Oktoberfest beer.
Oh yeah, can we get close up on the artwork?
If you're going to take it away, it's £3.85.
It's not bad.
Which
for a pretty
is
rare
not bad.
Oktoberfest. Yeah.
Yeah, what a place! And then you go upstairs. It feels like you're in Hermione Granger's
knickers.
You said it, not me. It does feel like you're in Draco Malfoy's Stex Den when you're up in the pub. It's unreal, like vaulted ceilings, like it's just fantasy. It's unreal. What a place.
That sounds good, man. That sounds good. I need to get to York. Really need to.
Wee time.
Wee time. Go for a wee. One with the pub will have pickled pig's feet. Pickled pig's feet? I've never heard of pickles pig feet. Pickled eggs, maybe. Pickles pig feet. Here in Florida, our bars are pickled pig's feet in jars. Pickled pig snouts. And they look like they've been sitting there for 30 years. I probably have. I've been to a few pubs with pickled eggs. Never seen pickled pig's feet on a bar, though. Stephen Piggott is in. Crispy bacon. Great thumbnail. Stephen Piggott, welcome. Hello. Hello, Luke says I've got a Red Willow double mild in the fridge. Ooh, nice. Stephen says you had a Sunday roast. I've not had a Sunday roast today. I've hardly eaten anything today. I'm eating pretzels. I've got a bowl of pretzels or something I'm snacking on.
You got to remember, Paul's missus is away, so he's like packets.
I'm fucked, basically. I've not had a proper meal since Thursday.
Somebody say, just eat.
Yeah. I literally ordered a pizza last night. I was like, what do I do? What am I going to do? So I can't bother to cook. Yeah. I had a pizza last night. Felt like shit this morning. You know, you've not had like a proper takeaway pizza for a while. You don't realise how much grease they have in them.
Oh.
And you got all that sitting on all your intestines and everything this morning.
Minging.
Not good. Not good. Jim says, hello, Stephen. Luke says, more likely to have a good old pickled eggs. Yeah, pickled eggs, pork scratchings, mate. That's what you get in the boozers around
What was the other pickled thing as I walked out the room? Pickled what?
Pickled pig feet.
What?
Yeah. Pickled pig's feet in jars. I've never had a I've never had a pig feet. I've never eaten.
I'm not an advocate for that. That's weird.
And pig snout. Why would you want to eat the nose of a pig? Snotty bastards. I want to eat them.
Just eat a Greg sausage roll.
Yeah. Well, I was saying, we've had pickled eggs. You get the pub that'll have the pickled egg jar on the bar.
Oh.
And pork scratchings. That's all you need.
That's different. If you're eating pickled egg, if I go into a pub and they've got a pickled egg jar, I'm like, right, pickled egg, cheese and onion.
Oof.
Then I get the beer.
Pickled egg I like. Pork scratchings, dry roasted peanuts.
Honestly, sticking the egg in the crisps is like another thing. Like, if anyone's watching that's not from England, you won't understand that. To be fair, anyone that's from England, a lot of people from England won't understand that, but it's another level. Like, I recommend it.
I need another beer.
I just cracked another Paul Anna Oktoberfest. What are you doing?
Spatten.
Ah, the Munich Helles. How much is that in Aldi now?
179. 179. But what I don't understand, different shaped bottles. So I'm a little bit weirded out because I bought this in my local bottle shop. Right. So that is the Munchner Hell from Spaten. Really good review. And it's in the traditional German sort of stumpy 500ml. And now Aldi are selling that, which literally just says Munchen on it. Doesn't say Hell, just says Munchen on it. And it's
I thought it said it around the collar of the bottle. You know, the collar. I thought it said Munch Hell.
Oh, it does. You're right. Munchen Hell. You're absolutely right. Munchen Hell.
Sorry, mate.
No. You're absolutely right.
Because when I buy beer from Aldi, I look for wrinkles, and I'm like, "Why is this in Aldi?"
You're looking for winkles in Aldi.
You prick.
Yeah. Well, I like this. I reviewed this not too long ago, the Spaten Munchen Hell, and I thought it was terrific. So if this is the same, they've not dicked with it for an import.
I think it might be an export bottle because it's taller rather than it's fatter. So you look at like storage, and it's better. I don't know.
Beautifully.
That looks insane.
That might just be me being really good at it, but I don't know. That looks nice, though. That looks nice. Right, let's get a bit of this in my veins. Cheers, motherfuckers.
I've got to go off camera. Your motherfuckers thing just done me.
Oh, that's good. That's nice. Wow. Okay, it's getting better. That's lovely. Spaten Munchen Hells in Aldi right now. Aldi, 179. Buy as many of them as you can.
Yeah.
I was reserved. I bought like 8 bottles of the Paul Anna Oktoberfest, and I bought 4 bottles of the Spaten, thinking it wasn't the same thing. It's the same thing. It's very, very good. It's very good. Hang on one second.
Hey, Homer!
Right. Randall from Florida says that sounds pretty good.
Oh,
Pork scratching actually sound delicious. Pork scratching.
oh, mate,
Especially the hairy ones. Can't beat a hairy pork scratching. Oh,
not in for that.
I love that. You know, you pull out a pork scratching out the bag, you got a little bit of fluff on it. Little pig pube. That's what you want.
Not in for that.
What I love the most about an old pub or bar is the old guys sitting there talking about the old times. You can really just learn something from them old guys. The wisdom. It's true. It's true. I learned so much bollocks off of old people in the pubs over the years, and it was generally bollocks, but they're good for a laugh, though, aren't they? Old people in the pub.
They are.
Good for
I hear you, Randall. I like that, mate.
You can't beat old people. Pity. Mark asking who was at Brew London, even though he was there. He don't remember. I don't remember.
Mate, I was absolutely arsehole by about 7 o'clock. So
That was funny though, because yeah, I mean I've told that story. You were fine 1 minute. You were working behind the bar, and then you think, right, I'm going out. I'm going on. You were basically like
you know, Frodo, like, I'm free.
Yeah, you were Frodo Baggins basically. You're like, I'm going on an adventure.
Yeah, that was it. I'm going on.
I'm going on an adventure. And he picked up a glass and buggered off. And then about 3 hours later, we found him. He was all giggly and smiley and leaning on everything, and it was just very, very funny. Very, very funny.
But no, good. I'll tell you what, good boys to be around when you're pissed. Because when you're pissed, you need like a little safe house. They took the piss out of you, but like enough to think you were safe.
Yeah.
Kind of like grooming, if you will.
Grooming. We're just feeling him up just to make sure he was up for it. Old war veterans talking. Oh my god, yeah, Randall. That's one thing I have time for all the time. If you know, proper soldiers who were there, men who were there and fought in these battles, when they tell you the stories, you fucking listen. So when you listen to what they got to say and you take it in, you acknowledge how lucky you are. You acknowledge how lucky we are really to live in the times that we do, because we complain about things, we moan about things, but we've got it easy compared to them boys. What they went through. There's a wonderful documentary on Netflix about English pubs and culture. Is there really?
I think there's a big pub culture in England.
Oh god, yeah. There isn't a pub culture in the world like the English.
Nah.
You know, I mean, I for me, the best IPAs in the world are made in America, and I kind of look up to American brewery industry for that. But you talk to Americans about beer, and they're like, oh, "Yeah, but you got cask, you got cask ales and that." I'm not going to do an American accent, but you're like, "Yeah, you got cask ale and that," and we're like, "Yeah, I guess we do." And they can't get American brewers can't get their head around that, how we do it, and the temperatures that we can hold it at, and all that. They can't get their head around it. But it's true. We all need to acknowledge what we've got. Because like I'm sitting here drinking a German Helles Lager and think it's beautiful. You know, Germans are the masters of lager. The Americans are the masters of the IPA. The Belgians are the masters of the quad and the triple and all that. But the English are the masters of cask ale.
Yeah, we do malty beers.
Yeah, and we chatted about Christmas earlier, and what's the one beer we all have to have, and the one thing we all said we need to have is a malty traditional English bitter of some sort, and it says it all, doesn't it? Really, it says it all.
It's true.
That family time, that traditional time, you want a good ale, a good English bitter. And I guess the Americans, it'd be something complete. I'd be interested if anyone's watching right now from any other country rather than the UK, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland. What is your go-to beer at Christmas? I wonder what the results would be. I really do. Neil Long says, I've got a 3-year-old ice distilled Imperial Stout at 18.6% from Jedi Brewery from the Netherlands. Has French and American oak chips and PT Scottish malts. Fuck off, Neil.
I'm glad you said it.
Bloody hell.
I feel like, were we next to Alt J at Brew London?
We were literally right next to Yuji. Thomas asked us what's our beers of the year so far. And the 2 beers I picked out were these 2. So far, these were the first 2 beers that came to mind when the question was asked. One was this. So we said the Adnam Sierra Nevada collab. That was outstanding. And the other one was this, King of the Woods by Left-Handed Giant and Yuji, which was a imperial stout with pistachio and honeycomb at 12.5%.
Pistachio in a beer would work really good.
It was incredible. It was incredible. And apparently they do this every year, King of the Woodland, but slightly different iterations of it. That is a masterpiece. If you can find that, I recommend everyone trying that. It's a masterpiece. So yeah, Yuji, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They do a very good beer.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, let's go. Right. So yeah, Neil, that sounds like porn, but thank you for annoying me with it. Randall says, that's a good point. What's the name of the beer? What's the name of the beer, Neil? So it says a Milton Brewery, Cambridge, tried their Nero Stout next
This
level.
was the recommend your local brewery section.
Awesome. Right, hang on. I need a wee all of a sudden. Mark, hold the fort.
I'm not going to get comments because I think these comments have to go up on screen. But hello, everybody. I am Mark from the Craft Beer Hub, and I am with Paul. He is in. What a guy! I love Paul. I've met him a few times. Lovely bloke, and he's having me on. No, he is having me on. But yeah, thanks very much for watching, guys. I hope you're well. I'll tell you what, can you do a favour for Paul? If you're watching this and you haven't liked it or subscribed it, can you do that for me? Like, because from the bottom of my heart, I think Paul's a lovely bloke and he deserves it. Works so hard on his YouTube channel. And if you're after an honest beer reviewer, I don't think there's a better person in the world. And I include myself in that. I think Paul's awesome. But yeah, thanks very much for watching. What's everybody doing with their kind of unexpected bank holiday, I would say. We weren't sort of really looking for this, were we? I think this is probably a bit of a weird one for us, but Luke John Frost says I'm unsubscribing for that, Mark. Hey, F you, Luke. You know how good Paul is. Captain Meat says Neil Long, it's the Willy Wonka of beer drinkers. We do need drinking footlong YouTube channel. I haven't got much further than this, mate. I just wanted to, I was just sort of.
That's all right. Let's go through these breweries. I know all my local breweries. I'm out. Play Brew Co. in Middlesbrough. There you go.
Good brewery.
Try a beer from Tudor Brewery. Tudor. Randall says my grandfather fought in World War II, and he fought in the Korean War, but I didn't know he fought in the Korean War until after he passed away because he never spoke of it.
You know what, Randall? I think that's really difficult for relatives to digest because my granddad done that, and you want to know every sort of every little thing that they did, and. If you find out after they passed away, it's even harder.
Yeah. Craft Beer Hub says Shorts Farm Brewery, Stone Market.
That's mine. Really good brewery.
Is that yours?
Mm-hmm.
I would never have guessed. Craft Beer Hub.
Makes you think that,
mate. CJ says Steamtown, great brew in Eastleigh, bracket Southampton. Good tap room with live music and good burgers.
Oh,
there you go.
That's what you need. That's all the tap room has to be.
Steamtown. Let me look up Steamtown. Let me follow them on Instagram.
So I'm going to look up Steamtown and I'm going to follow them.
Steamtown.
I was just down that way, and I didn't hear of Steamtown.
Steamtown Brewco. Boom. Got them. Right, there's a follow. This is what we like. Recommendations. The concentration on Mark's face for that comment.
Generally, every time, mate.
Just search for it. About 3 years old now. I've watched it like 10 times. I've worked for a couple of breweries or distilleries. Good man. Search for it on YouTube. Find the title for it. But sounds interesting. Thank you, Jim. I hope Twisted Wheel are okay. Had a proper session on their beers last night, from Nipa to Imperial Stouts. Their beers are special. In Jackson, my local micropub. Yeah, I agree. I was drinking Twisted Wheel at London Craft Beer Festival. few weeks back, chatting to them, a couple, lovely couple that run it. Yeah, hoping things are okay with them. Got to go, fellas. I'm about to sub you up. Enjoy you. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you for getting involved and enjoying.
What a guy.
Love that. Cheers, says Randall. Thank you for subbing. Yeah, cheers. Thank you. Catch me. How about Simo? Simo? How about Simo as Gandalf or Gollum? Simo's doing Simo's accent, but making him do the speeches, the scripts from Lord of the Rings. So Simo, you plus.
You got me ring, you fucking prick.
No.
I love you, Simo, if you want to, mate.
Give me rid of you fool of a took, you bastard. Love it. Simo as Gandalf would be amazing. I come to you now at turn at tide. Our hopes rest now with 3 little hobbits.
You're a Gryffindor, you prick. Simo, I don't mean, I love you, Simo.
You're a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard, you bastard. Gollum. Oh, my precious. Give us the ring, you bastard. Oh, I could have so much fun. Simo's got the best accent in the world.
I'll tell you what, he's the loveliest bloke in the world, is what he is.
He is the long-haired bastard, but he's a lovely guy. Long-haired, but lovely. Maria Romero.
Hi, Maria.
Hello, Maria. I'm in.
I'm.
Hi, I'm new. You're welcome, Maria. You are welcome. Jim says, hello, Maria. And she says, hi. She says, I'm. Welcome to Paul's Beer Reviews.
I feel like Maria, it isn't called Maria.
Maybe not. You're on the Turncoat Bar. Maria, the United Kingdom. She's in the United Kingdom. I'm in the United Kingdom. Glad to hear that, Maria. Maria's smiling. Hi, YouTuber.
Yeah, Maria, you sound like a bot now, mate.
Yeah. You're not the Smuggler's Cove. It definitely wasn't the Smuggler's Cove. It was definitely the Turncoat Bar. Thank you, Neil Long, for sorting that out.
Smuggler's Cove and Hastings.
Is it Leeds? I love Leeds. I properly love Leeds. It's like the supermarket craft section in a town. They're all there. Northern Monk, North, Vocation, Thornbridge. They're all there within walking distance of one another. It's awesome. Maria says, hello, gents. Reminder, this is an 18-plus-year-old live stream. It is. David is off. Thank you, David. Thank you for joining us, mate. David's
obviously 17.
Yeah, I've got to go.
Love you, David.
I can't stay here. Luke says, bye, Mr. Wilson. Jim says here, David. Luke says, no, you're not catching up. You lie. It's true.
You lie.
Neil's been smashing some serious Avex beers. Was that Azvex beers? Some great brewery now in Liverpool. Azvex, Carnival, Neptune, Top Rope, Love Lane, Black Lodge. The list goes on.
Yeah, you're in a weird heartland for beer that's just exploded out of nowhere.
You're bumping it all of a sudden, yeah?
Liverpool's insane. Because Manchester was the thing. But...
Pretzels. What's your favourite beer from Brew London 2023? That really good one.
That Imperial Stout that Vibrant Forest gave me.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm doing Brew London next year, to be honest. No,
I thought it was a bit crap.
It's totally different from any other beer festival, isn't it, Brew London, really? It's maybe a bit too image orientated.
Yeah.
It's maybe a bit too Instagram, modern social media, look at me kind of thing orientated.
Yeah.
Maybe. There's some good beers there. No mistaking.
Oh, the breweries and stuff. I'm real.
Yeah. Somebody called a Ghostbuster. Someone's lobbing beer cans off his shelf.
There's something strange in the neighbourhood.
Catch you, hello, Mr. Footlong. How's it hanging?
Did you think Brew London was a bit? I don't know. It was difficult. It was really difficult. in terms of like filming stuff for you guys?
We can't because the music's playing all the time. You can have Instagram stuff. You can't do YouTube stuff there.
Nah.
Really. Pardon me. Luke said, "Get your right out, Paul." Right. If you ask me like that, I'll get my flange out for the lads. Chris says, "Funnily enough, my missus is away in Europe also. She says she's in France." I said, "Are you Bordeaux?" She said, "Nah, but I'm in Bordeaux." Oh. I'm in Bordeaux. Oh, well.
Yeah. Chris, that's incredible. Love that.
Love it. Captain Meets Adventures, 18 degrees to the left, mate. Exactly. A sea shanty, if there ever was, Mum. All right, let's have a look at the conversation. Mark's plenty of stuff near his mouth, but normally not as hard. Oh, my goodness. You know Luke's in the chat. It starts going downhill. Mark, have you ever had a beer from a giraffe?
Yeah, but I couldn't neck it. That is good. That's good. I don't care what anybody says.
Random, mate. You need to visit me this in Scotland. Get yourself some iron brew and a nice lager. Bob's your auntie, mate. Unreal. Randall won't understand a word of what you just wrote. I don't even understand what you just wrote, to be honest. But I love it. Luke says, Mark, predictive fucking text. Is that Slager for sale yet? We're all waiting for Slager. It hasn't come out.
Luke, yes, eBay.
There you go. BB 2019 couldn't sell any due to Corona in Ukraine. Might as well use that for his use. Everyone's laughing. For the price, is the Paulana Oktoberfest beer the best beer of the year for the price in Aldi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really. You won't get a better beer than that in Aldi. Definitely not. I saw the Hop Foundry. I picked up a beer in Aldi, an IPA, but it's brewed by Badger for them. And I picked it up and I'll review it to see if it's any good at some point.
But you're going to talk about the Hop Foundry Dunkel and the Hop Foundry Helles.
Yeah, I saw them and just went, nah.
You know what? It's one of them beers, and this is the thing. This is the weird thing about getting involved in YouTube. It's like, I would never have picked those beers off a shelf. I'd have walked away. But I feel like if they're in Aldi, I feel like I need to review them. Because I feel it's important because a lot of people are going to be hooked in. But if it's shit, I'm just like, yeah, don't be hooked in.
Yeah.
I'll probably do them both in one go. Like,
the dangerous thing about them Oktoberfest beers is it's just so drinkable.
I'll tell you what, the biggest thing is if they're good.
Mm-hmm.
Because Freedom should be able to produce. I think the Freedom beer, the Freedom Helles is about 4.5%.
Yeah, probably.
Like, they should be able to brew that. If they can't brew a 4.5% Helles, like what are they even doing in the brewery market?
That's the question.
Really interesting. Sorry.
No, it is the best beer I've had in an Aldi.
Incredible.
Having said that, I'm really enjoying that. I'm really enjoying this. Really that's tasting really good.
But I thought the weird thing about these beers was the way they've come out. I mean, Oktoberfest was yesterday. Started yesterday,
yeah.
It's not like they're trying to ship off the old Oktoberfest stuff. Like, this stuff is in demand now.
Yeah. Did you see the footage from the opening ceremony of the Paulana?
Up in the Spartan tent.
Oh, I saw the Paulana. I saw the footage of the Paulana.
Oh, is it the Paulana tent?
Yeah, they went live.
Yeah. It would be those guys. Sorry.
It was about 11 o'clock our time, so they went live, and they had the geezer there banging the nail into the banging it into the barrel, and then pouring it, and then the beer wenches handing it down to the people in the crowd. There must have been about 3,000 people in there, easily, and they're counting down. They're counting down from 10 in German. You know, as the geezer sitting there going, "We're ready to smash the barrel." I was just like, "Oh my god!"
So the mayor of Bavaria taps the cask, the first cask, and there's a saying, it's not this, but it's something like "I'm Prost" or "Ein." It's something. open in German? Like we're open or I'm open or
We're open. I'll Google it. We're open.
it's something like we're open in German. Like boom, we're open. Ah, there we go. Right, Paul. We need to do Oktoberfest next year.
Absolutely.
Are you actually going?
Oh my God, yeah. I've always wanted to do Oktoberfest in Germany. Always wanted to do it. Always wanted to do it. We're open in German.
Like Übernaut or something. Oh, I can't remember what it is, but it is we're open. It's like a really random saying. It's not like let the beer pour or Prost everybody.
It's like, yeah, beer, shove out your bum.
Lager.
Lager, drink it. We're open.
It's like a we're open or the beer's open or something. Oktoberfest opening phrase.
Wir haben geöffnet. Apparently you can hear it. That didn't work.
Yeah. Oh, Zapsis. Ah, yes. This is the saying.
I've got a completely different one from you.
Obzapsis. It literally means it's tapped, and everyone goes mental.
Everyone goes, "Hey, let's get pissed." I got bored with Paulaner this year, Captain. However, the Weltenberger Klosterfest beer is cracking. I have a Weltenberger in the fridge, but I was going to review
tell you what. That brings up a point of how many great beers are not so much seen in this time of year.
Yeah, I've got the Weltenberger Fest beer in the fridge, so I'm going to review that because I have no German heritage. So I want to review and drink as many dirty German beers as I can get my grubby English hands on, just to annoy people. So there you go. That's a pop at you know who. What a prick. Speaking of food, a top 3 has to contain either shepherd's pie, a sausage roll, or a Sunday roast, or spaghetti bolognese. Wow, wow, wow. Bon appetit. Oh.
I'll tell you what, there's a really good story about German beer and food. So when I went to Munich, probably 2014, I'm going to say. Paul, avert your ears here, but I went as a part of an Arsenal supporters group.
Fuck's sake.
I know, but listen. But I'm a Charlton fan, so we're never going to go on tour. So just listen. So we went to Munich on the Razzle Dazzle, and we walked into the Augustiner Keller. So we went with. There's a few places we went. It was like the Hofbraugarten or Biergarten. The biggest place that Hofbrau had when like Hitler done rallies there and stuff. The Augustiner Keller was the best place we went because they knew how to deal with the British, and it was like they gave us the menu, and it was like, it was like, what would you like? And it was like, oh yeah, that this and that. Like, okay.
What did they say?
They're not fluent, but but it was like we were like idiots in their party. Do you know what I mean? Like not knowing the language.
Yeah.
But when we were in the Augustiner Keller, they were like horrendously accommodating, like nothing I've ever experienced in my life. And it was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Loads of like banter was like off the scale, even though we didn't speak the language. But they had these like Winnie the Pooh style, like honey pots on the tables.
Oh, yeah.
It was homemade honey mustard sauce.
Oh, what you put it on your sausages in it?
Oh, everything. Pork knuckle, schnitzel. It was like, it had like a wooden sort of spout thing.
Oh.
And it was just like, the sauce is incredible. The food's unreal. The beer is like second to none. And it was like, burn me now because I'm never going to get better than this. You know what I mean?
I've got to do it, man. I've got to do it. I've got to get to Germany and drink some proper German beer, man.
Unreal.
Amy Augustine brackets Ren.
Oh, Rebrand.
She says, "You got this. You got this. You got this."
Cheers, Amy.
I think I've got it. Thank you, Ren. Thank you for
Self-belief's
coming
peaking.
in and chatting shit on my channel. Appreciate that. Thank you. Captain Miss says, eating pig feet is munching hell. My local micro pub has a good cockle and winkle jar collection. Filth. Good for a bit of nutrition after 10 pints.
I was going to say, Luke, it sounds like Luke Johnson's pulled his pants down.
Yeah. Let's read that again, shall we? A good cockle and winkle jar collection. He knows he's being dirty. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Jim says, "Hello, Amy. Welcome to the Low Pub with Paul's beer reviews." Yeah. Yeah. Please sub. She probably will as well. I'll get another bot account subscribing to my channel. Eating pig pubes, you dirty hurricane loving motherfucker. Well, he's your captain, me. All right. He's
Captain, I love you.
Captain. You may be a captain, but Harry Kane is your captain. Respect him. Put some respect to that guy's name. And he's going to be the Premier League's all-time greatest goal scorer. You watch.
He won't be because Erling Haaland will be.
No, he won't. Harry Kane's going to break the record. We all know it. It's inevitable. He's going to break the record. We're living in the time of greatness, and everyone needs to recognise it and stop being so bitchy online.
Right.
Jim,
Whilst we're talking about absolutely magical things, I'm going to get 6 pints of Paul and a served by some absolute beer wench with her tits out.
We're doing. That's what we need. Yeah. Get us a couple. I rate it. Mine are downstairs.
No.
Fuck's sake, Mark. Lazy prick. Jim loves the Country Music Awards. So does Luke John. Best pub in a movie has to be American Werewolf in London, where Rick Mayall was playing chess against Brian Glover. Do you know what? I don't think I've ever seen American Werewolf in London, to be honest. So I can't comment. I've had loads of great beers this year. I just don't remember some of them. The way you drink them, Luke. Bosh, 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 bosh. Down, down, down. Neil Long is the Willy Wonka of beer drinkers. Do we need a Drinking Footlong YouTube channel? Probably. Yes, Country Music Awards. I'm unsubscribing for that, Mark. Hi, I'm Mark. I love Ewoks, car parks, murdering as I live in Norwich. Let's be having you. Paul's all right for a cheers, mate. I appreciate that. Korean War is the forgotten war. Oh, wow. Kenny Joe dropped in a massive $10 super chat. Thank you, dude. Kenny Joe. Thank you. He didn't even say anything. He just, bosh, there, I have some $10. Have some $10. I appreciate it, Kenny. Thank you very much. It all goes back into the channel. As you know, the beer that you get on this channel is funded by you guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much for your continued support. I love Korean barbecue, says Jim. I don't think I've ever had Korean barbecue, but it does sound good. I love barbecue, full stop. This is just as good as sitting at a pub. I hope so. We thought we'd come together and have a few beers together. It's an emotional time, isn't it? It's a crazy time in the UK, specifically. Yeah, it's not very often we get a day off work thrown at us. So we thought we'd come together and have a few beers with you. That's what it's all about. And if you're having a good time and you're getting involved in the chat, that is exactly what we want. And we massively appreciate every single one of you horrible bastards. We really do. Kenny Joe, I agree. Yeah, so people are just saying this is as good as sitting in the pub. Sitting in the pub, having a chat. I've got to get through this message. I was planning on sending you all the Steamtown beers pulled, and I lost oh fucking hell, mate. Lost your job a few weeks ago. They do a great hells called Disco Fluff. Disco Fluff, that's a great name. As well as a great ESP. Oh, mate. Sorry to hear you lost your fucking job, mate. That's a pain in the ass.
CJ, sorry, mate. Sorry to hear that.
So CJR is on the job hunt. So if anyone's got anyone needs someone, get him in. You know he's a grafter. He
looks like a grafter.
He looks like a grafter, doesn't he? That picture. He looks like a grafter. I'm putting my cursor around his face with his hat on. He looks like a grafter. Get him in. Whip 8 is in. Hello. This is
I've seen for a long time.
I gotta say, Whip 8 used to be in all the time. He's finally caught up with us. West Coast BC have put out hard seltzers this year. Oof, interesting market. They can't deny. Most are undrinkable. They have gone for it, haven't they, the Seltzers? I've never really got involved, but there you go. Cat Meat says, Jumbo! Chris says, bring back Football Italia. James Richardson, fantastic commentary of Peter Brackley, Prime Inter Lazio, Parma, etc. The sketches with Gazza and Paul Ince. David Platt acting a hard man. I used to love Channel 4 Football Italia. Lazio! Paul Gascoigne, when he joined Lazio from Spurs, that was when all of a sudden Channel 4 picked up Football Italia. And we saw players like Ravanelli and Gianluca Vialli and Roberto Baggio and all that. And obviously a few of them came over to the Premier League.
Hold on a minute. Look at Paul getting in. Roberto Baggio.
Roberto Baggio. You've got to say it properly. You've got to say it properly. Especially when
Roberto Baggio.
Roberto Ravanelli, Gianluca Vialli, Roberto Baggio. Look at Tony.
I really enjoyed that.
Thank you. I enjoyed doing it. Italian's a sexy language. I can't understand the word they're saying, but if you just pronounce things in Italian, it makes it sound so much better.
Yeah.
The pretzel.
Taking the bins out.
You're taking the piece.
Like really random things like the roasted the beef. Like really basic things.
You roasted the beef.
You roast the beef.
Roast the beef and take a shit in it. Not sure what I said there. I enjoy pretzels. Captain Meat says Jimbo Cop is such a ladies' man. You can imagine Jimbo Cop saying to a lady, "Pull my ring, Paul." Pull my ring, Paul. That's what he's saying. This was really fun to follow. Off now, but cheers. You'll definitely read this out about an hour after I'm gone. Sorry, Sharp Stuff. We are well behind. Sharp Stuff, thank you for joining us. I do appreciate it. Right, let's go. Curse Italian Footer Channel 4 Rock. Gazza-tastic. Gazza has to be England's best player. I love Paul Gascoigne. Legend. My first ever footballing hero. See you, Sharp Stuff, says Jim. Luke Josh says, Mark, I thought it was crap because you can't remember it. London Craft Beer Festival was the better of the two for me. And for me also, to be fair. Call back Sharp Stuff to find out. Chris Viala, Hullet, Del Piero, Maldini, Cafu. Yeah. Gianfranco Zola. What a player he was.
What about Casaraghi? What was that
another one. But he did nothing when he came over. Didn't Chelsea sign him and all?
Who's the geezer? Yeah, Chelsea signed him and he got injured in the first game. That was Casaraghi, wasn't it?
Casaraghi. I know he absolutely flopped, didn't he, when he came here? Peligi Casaraghi. And he was prolific in Serie A. Chelsea signed a load of Italians, didn't they?
They did.
A load of players from Serie A. And Zola was the only one really that did anything. Vialli scored a few goals, I suppose.
Yeah, Vialli was good.
But Zola was quality player. Oh, Katamit says, which is better, when a lady gets her flange or flaps out? Oh my God. Either's a bonus, to be fair. That was good, Mark. But have you had 3 hours to think of the reply?
No.
There you go.
I haven't, Luke, because I'm drunk.
Katamit says, 1990s Italian teams' kits were the best. Parma, Sampdoria have always had a sick football kit. Always.
Yeah.
Inter Milan as well. I like the black and blue. Gazza, Rooney are England's most talented players you will see England produce. Captain Meats. Bellingham at this moment in time is England's best player. No,
I'll tell you what, I think I agree with Chris. In terms of raw talent, I think he's mustard.
Bellingham's going to be quality, but the fact is Harry Kane is England's best player. Harry Kane is England's best player.
Yeah, but not in terms of talent.
It is. Honestly, people don't understand. If you don't watch Tottenham week in, week out, you don't know how good Harry Kane is. You just don't.
No, but I don't think he's better. I don't think he's the most talented.
I think he's underrated. I think Harry Kane's criminally underrated. I really do. I think he's criminally underrated. He's not just a prolific goal scorer. He's a fucking amazing footballer.
I think
a god. He is a god. And
no, I don't know. He's mustard.
Because he plays for Tottenham, people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. There's so many people that I'm joking on my saliva. There's so many people that don't want to like Harry Kane, but they can't deny him.
Because
Harry
someone clicked this, please.
is a genius. He's a genius.
No, I know he's good. I know he's good, but I don't think he's better than. I don't think he's the most talented player. Talent is such a wide angle, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not. He was never the most raw, talented player. He wasn't as good a footballer as Jude Bellingham is at his age. Harry Kane had to work.
I think
his arse off to get as good as he is now. But he is the best player in the Premier League. I don't care what anyone fucking says; they're wrong.
Well, better than Ricky Lambert.
There's no one. There is no one better in the Premier League than Harry Kane. Harry Kane is the best player in the Premier League.
I think we're talking weird things here. I think we're talking in terms of goal scoring British players. Harry Kane's the best we've ever seen and the best we'll ever see. I don't think there's a better British goal scorer than Harry Kane. Alan Shearer couldn't lace Harry Kane's boots on the world stage. Alan Shearer.
I grew up loving Alan Shearer. I love Alan Shearer.
Alan Shearer would do it against Coventry, but Harry Kane's proved he'll do it against anybody.
He's won a World Cup Golden Boot. He's won the Premier League Golden Boot 3 times. Yeah. He is, and he's not just that, it's his assists. It's his creativity. He drops deep and sprays the ball out better than I've ever seen any centre forward do.
Oh,
he's a different level. He's a different level. Honestly,
I think Harry Kane is the best goal scorer we will see in our generation, but I don't think he's the most talented player. You know, like, talented is like Phil Foden working in and out, Jack Grealish working in and out. I'm not saying Jack Grealish is.
Please don't talk to me about Phil Foden. Phil Foden, don't get me wrong. Phil Foden is a quality player. He's quality, but he is massively overrated. He is overrated.
Oh yeah, if he played for Southampton, he'd be nowhere.
He couldn't lace De Bruyne's boots, and he knows it.
De Bruyne's a freak.
Yeah, he couldn't lace De Bruyne's boots, and he knows it. In training every day. If Phil Foden was honest with himself, he'd be like, "Fuck me, I'm not good enough to do this."
I think this is the issue with Lukaku. If you're on the international stage, you're getting supplied day in, day out by De Bruyne. You should be smashing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like smashing it. Imagine like Lukaku breaking lines or spinning or anything else that whatever a centre forward does. He should be absolutely sweeping it up, but he isn't.
Mm.
That's why. I mean, Haaland will be insane. Haaland and De Bruyne. Like that's all you need to say. We don't need wingers. Just stick it straight down the middle.
I could watch Haaland. Haaland is amazing, and he will.
Did you see him push off that player the other day? It was like, imagine marking this guy. He's like, fuck off.
Haaland is a monster, and you think
absolute freak.
He's only 22. He's like
a freak.
You know Rocky 4, where Rocky had to fight Dolph Lundgren, Ivan Drago. Right. So Harry Kane is like Sliced Alone, where he's running up mountains covered in snow and he's got a log on his shoulder and all that, and he's working out. Meanwhile, we got Haaland having steroids pumped into his biceps, like Ivan Drago. Right, that's what Haaland is. Haaland is a robot. Yeah. Whereas Kane is Rocky.
But you compare that to what Trent Alexander-Arnold done. See all that footage of Trent Alexander-Arnold, like best defender in the world or something, and it was like
Trent Alexander, right? He's a really good winger. He's a really good shit right back.
Nowhere near it.
That's why he won't be starting for England at the World Cup.
Nowhere near it.
Right back. He's a really good right winger, but we don't play with right wingers. So because of that, it's you got to take him. You've got to take him, but he's not a good fullback. He can't defend for shit.
No, it's terrible.
He's been exposed now because people are exposing Liverpool's left side because Trent can't defend it. So he's a really good winger, outstanding winger, but he's an awful fullback. He's taken wing back to a whole new level. You might as well just say, look, Trent is a winger. He's not a defender.
Yeah, but don't you remember when people used to get at Barcelona and they get past Jordi Alba and Dani Alves because it wouldn't be too hard because one ball over the top and then you expose the two centre halves.
Yeah,
that's what it is. They're on comparable things for me.
Trent should be playing in midfield. He should be playing in midfield. His quality, his delivery is amazing, but he's not.
Yeah, but but my postman's got a good walk, but his delivery shit. Do you know what I mean? It's a full pack. If you're going to go to a World Cup and you've got 23 players to choose from, you've got to have the full package. I don't think he's got the full package over. I think Reece James, for me, is better than Trent Alexander-Arnold. As a right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a better right back than Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Got the finesse, mate.
I like Trent Alexander. His right foot is a wand. He's a dangerous player, but he's not a good fullback.
No, you don't have a clue.
No. Eve Barlow's rotten crotch says Audi car park is the best for dogging.
Cheers, mate. Logging it.
He's making a note of that. Jim says, Mark, what's your favourite beer from the Czech Republic?
Haven't had many, Jim, but I would have to say Budvar. I think Budvar is a cracking beer. I've had it in multiple guises, and it's just been brilliant every time.
Great beer. Fiorentina captain. Oh, Gabriel Batistuta. What a player he was. Monster.
What's a kit as well?
Yeah, the Nintendo kit.
Oh,
yeah, the Nintendo kit. That was a beautiful kit. They had some cracking kits back in the day in the Serie A. Luke Jones says, my top 10 lager in my top 10 lagers this year is Che Guava from Williams. I like that beer as well, actually. That was quite nice. Williams Brothers do a good lager. They do a real good lager up at Williams Brothers.
I hear you.
Captain Mitch says, Mark, are Audis the best car parts for e-walking?
Yeah, talk to my agent.
That is looking bad. Captain meets Cannavaro. Oh, Edgar Davids, what a player. I used to love Edgar Davids, man.
Yeah, but do you remember when he rocked up a bar on it?
He was their manager for a little while, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was my manager.
Proper random. Then he got sent off, and they were like, oh, come on, man.
He used to get sent off every game.
Yeah. I love Edgar Davids. When he joined Spurs, I was so excited. I was like, he's our best player in the world. He's just on top of him with his goggles on. And to be fair to him, it was quality. The season he had with us, he dragged us into the Champions League that season. He was quality. He raised the level of everyone else. Proper player. Juan Sebastian Veron has scored a hat-trick for Lazio. Golazo! Juan Sebastian Veron. Oh, dear. That was mad. I support Chelsea. Paul supports Spurs. Mark supports Scott Minto FC, a.k.a. Charlton. We all get along. You know what I don't get on with? My ex. She's a slag.
Right, I'm going for a wee on that.
Go for a wee. Boban. I was talking about Boban. I dislike AC Milan, but I suppose he was okay. I don't really care about Italian football, really. I kind of have a soft spot for Inter just because they've got a nice kit. For Hernan Crespo, he was another top player, wasn't he? Lilian Thuram, what a right back he was. Captain, eat my schnitzel. Zidane, top player. Top player, one of the best I've ever seen. Right, you need to sit down. You mug. Here we go. What do you think of Tottenham? Do you still sing that at Arsenal? It's the worst fucking song I've ever heard in my life. You're a franchise. Go away. Franco Baresi, top player. Del Piero, another great player. Another Baresi. Cannavaro, top centre-back. One of the best centre-backs ever. Diego Maradona. Oof. Maldini. Nesta. Pirlo. Buffon. Digiart likes rusty spoons.
I like rusty spoons. Ooh. CJ knows salad fingers.
Salad fingers, yeah. Stroke the spoon. Marcel Desailly. Oh, what a player.
What a Rolls Royce player.
He was a proper centre back. Frank Leboeuf, that partnership they had at Chelsea for a little while. Frank Leboeuf and Marcel Desailly. Quality.
Mental.
Good players back in the day, didn't they? The French, late 90s. Sorry, G, you lost your job. Hope all is good. Don't let it get down you, mate. Get out there. I'm sure you'll be fine. Absolutely, mate. There's always people looking for work, man.
That is why this community is the best.
Francesco Totti. Pat's goal against Belgium, 1990. Gazza's goals are my favourite England one. Paul Gascoigne, Euro 96 against the Scottish. What a goal.
How good was he? How good was that man?
Genius. Paul Gascoigne was a genius. He was the player that made me, worship football, really. I watched him do things week in, week out at Tottenham that I just didn't think were possible. They were the sort of things you did in your imagination, where he picked the ball up in midfield and just glide past 2 or 3 people, and now you watch it and you realise how hard that is. Paul Gascoigne would destroy the Premier League now.
It's scary, isn't it?
He'd destroy it.
I think there's players. I think we got kind of sort of wrapped up in Ronaldo, Messi, and whatever else. But you look at players like Gaza.
We'll take it away from Messi. Messi's the best player I've ever seen live, but Gaza was a genius.
I never saw Messi live. I saw Ronaldo live in the 2009 Man United team, and that team, not just him, but that team was scary. Like, I've never seen anything like it. Like, it was almost like we give the ball away in defence, and it was like, oh my god, we're in trouble because this is going to go up top so quick. And yeah, just different levels. Honestly, different levels of player and footballer and everything else.
Oh, absolutely. Casaraghi.
Yeah, it was Casaraghi. Yeah, he broke his leg on the first game, didn't he?
Was that what he did? Broke his leg on his debut?
I feel like he blocked a shot or something, or went in for a tackle when he broke his leg.
Shocking. Not the world. Everyone's just naming random people from the Italian league. Shevchenko, he was shit.
What a player.
Marco Van Basten, that's the proper player. Hullet, top player. Nedved, Pavel Nedved, what's a player? You've lost 10. We've bored people talking about football.
Yeah, but that was about an hour ago.
Harry Kane, best player in the world. I'm not going to talk to Chris about Captain Harry Kane. Don't know what he's talking about. Throwback player. He is a bit. He's best player in the league. It's not a debate. It's not a fucking debate. I don't care who you support. It's not a debate. Harry Kane is.
Harry Kane's the biggest player, like proper big game player that I've known in the England shirt for a long time, if ever.
Eve Barlow's is on crack. Kane is best player in the league. I'm sorry, but he just is. Even if whether you like him or not, it's fact. It's best player in the league.
Cheers, Jim.
Walker Peters better than Trent. I think Walker Peters is a better right back than Trent.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
Major Spurs, just saying. Problem is 1996, 2000 best players in the Premier League were English. Foden is not in that class. Foden's a good player. Don't get me wrong, man. Phil Foden's a good player. But in England in particular, the sporting media want to pounce on someone that shows something slightly good so quickly. It destroys them. It destroys them. Phil Foden is good, but would you have him in? I mean, can you imagine him or Paul Gascoigne? There's no comparison. No comparison.
Yeah, but it's different.
Phil Foden couldn't lace Paul Gascoigne's boots. Literally.
Yeah, but you're talking one of the best. I believe when we're talking about Paul Gascoigne, you're in the Maradona. You're in the Maradona category.
Yeah.
Wizards of football.
Yeah.
Different level.
Greatness.
Different level.
Reece James, Walker better right back, both can defend and attack. Trent only speciality attack. Yeah, I agree. Trent's not a defender.
I'll tell you what, I'm in that. Come
on. Palmer.
In a Notts Forest shirt. What a
in fairness, Cotton Palmer was a player. He used to cover some ground, didn't he? But he did have the longest legs the world's ever seen. Cotton Palmer.
He was Ledley King before Ledley King was Ledley King.
Oh, Ledley King, man. What a player. What a player. What a player. Sorry. Liverpool fan. Trent is Liverpool's best player and most important player. I agree. He should be moved into midfield. Wow. That's a statement from a Liverpool fan.
Well, I don't think he is. Honestly, Paul, I don't think he is. I think you're blinded. I think he's don't get me wrong. Trent, I rate Trent, but I don't think he's anywhere near England's best right back.
I think Trent could play anywhere he wants, just not in defence.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. I'll tell you what would be weird to see him at the right-hand side of a front three. Do you know what I mean? Just like go out there.
Keep going.
Paul's had enough. Chris Allen. So He's left me in the lurch. I've got to scroll up. Chris said, Carl, I would talk about the legend of the game. You mentioned Carlton Palmer, mate, a Stockport County reject. Mate, there's so many players, isn't there? There's so many players that have like exceeded at clubs that should never have been part of their plan. And Carlton Palmer's one of those. What a player. And Ledley King, what a player. Who else? I'm a Charlton fan. We don't encounter many round our way. I'm going to scroll down. Chris says, the great William Gallas played for Spurs, Arsenal, Spurs, played for Chelsea, Arsenal, Spurs, absolute mug. The mercenary of English football was William Gallas. Captain says Trent's assists are legendary status. Yeah, but you got to defend, and some of that defending is like embarrassing. Really, really poor.
Jurgen Klinsmann, I love watching Jurgen Klinsmann in the very brief time that he was with Spurs. It was awesome. But his partnership with Teddy Sheringham was quality. The worst British song has to be "We Don't Care What the Red Stripes Say" at Everton. Joker. Canterbury's Everton are the proper club in Merseyside, mate. Oh, shots fired. Fired.
Prost to the Oktoberfest people that are in.
Prost to the Oktoberfest people that are in. I need to get another Oktoberfest beer. Hang on. Right, let me get a German beer from downstairs. I'll be right back.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
He's only been downstairs about 2 minutes ago. What are you on about? I'll get some comments. Where are we? Captain Missing, Everton are a joke team. A team that has not won a trophy in 600 years. Yeah, but Everton are a team that is going to have a better stadium than you. Out on the Ducks. How do you like those apples? Eve Barlow says Brian Dean pisses on them all. What a player! Like Middlesbrough. What's the sticker book? Merlin sticker book legend is Brian Dean. Chris says, but you struggled against them. So what does it say about the almighty wannabe quadruple winners of Liverpool? I love your banner. I watch these streams back sometimes and I laugh my head off at what you guys say to each other. It's incredible. John says 62 years since Spurs won the league. Mental or what? I'll tell you what, John, the last comment was Chris at 10:29. You right, Paul?
Yeah, all right.
The last comment was Chris at 10:29.
Chris, 10:29.
Yeah.
But you struggled against them. So what does that say about the almighty wannabe quadruple winners Liverpool? Captain means we're not row. We don't have to row about football.
John's comment was the first one. May or may not have set that up.
Doesn't bother me. Don't care. It's not all about winning trophies. It's about being entertained as well. Apparently, if it was all about winning trophies, I wouldn't support Spurs, would I? Let's have it right. You know,
mate, you can talk. I support Charlton.
Was it 92 league clubs in the country, and only like 4 or 5 of them ever win trophies? So I mean, Jesus Christ, we're all stuffed, don't we? Unless you've got billions in the bank. Paul, no one has mentioned Teddy Sheringham. I love Teddy Sheringham. Gentleman and a scholar. Thank you. The great William Gallas played for Chelsea, Arsenal and Spurs. Yeah, I never warmed to him. Once you wear the blue or red of Arsenal, you're dead to me, really.
I'll tell you the mad thing, I think that's really relevant, is the amount players choose their club on their location.
Yeah,
it's probably the classic one is Google Craig Gardner. So he played really, really well for Birmingham in the early days, I think. And then he went on to like Villa. He kind of worked his way up in the Midlands, and then he ended up at West Brom. You know what I mean? Like he obviously didn't want to move away from his house.
I love the way he changed the tone when he said that. He ended up at West Brom.
Oh God!
Yeah. Not them, not the baggies. What a bunch of cunts.
He's such a factor, and if you don't watch, I'll tell you what, Paul. You probably watch this. Do you watch the Cycling GK on YouTube? Ben Foster.
Yeah, I do like Ben Foster's channel.
What a guy!
Yeah,
and he literally explains it. So, in terms of localities, so Ben Foster was going to. I'll tell you what, he was retired. I think he was prepared to hang up his gloves, and he was really happy to just like call it a day. I think he'd done West Brom again, Watford, and he kind of built. He was tactical though. I feel like he built his media career as like a segue out of professional football, which is admirable because not a lot of people have got that in them. And he's awesome. Like Ben Foster is probably one of the most boring players to ever play for Man United. But I tell you what, on the videos, he's unreal. Like I've got a lot of respect for Ben. And he done his segue out of football through YouTube. And it was like, you know what? This guy's got it sussed. He's done it. He's kind of realised what his reach is, and it's like social reach. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Yeah.
And he's done a really good job of getting out of football through YouTube.
It's madness, isn't it? Really?
It's insane. Like
you can carry on your career. It is cool because imagine the contacts he's got in football now.
Unbelievable. Like his stories are like, if you're ever going to listen to a podcast in your life, go and listen to the Cycling GK podcast. He's genuinely, he's unbelievable.
That's the thing. All the contacts he's got now, all these players that he can talk to.
That's crap. Like he is so truthful as well, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's brutally honest about it, which is pretty funny. So there's not many players want to do that, especially when they're under contract. Now he's retired; he can do what he wants.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of relief for him. I think
Probably
because Watford wanted to get rid of him because he wanted to film or something. There was like a YouTube thing with Watford. It was like,
well, watch what you're saying, sort of thing. Yeah, I'll do it. Captain Meat says Trent's assists are in legendary status, more assists than Cafu and Carlos. Yeah, but Cafu and Carlos could actually play at fullback as well, though. That's the only. That's the only issue. Roberto Carlos not only could he defend, he could get a tackle in. He scored some absolute worldies, and he would assist. He'd score worldies, but he could actually put a tackle in as well. And Cafu, you cannot compare Trent Alexander-Arnold to Cafu. In terms of right backs, you just can't. Nah. You just can't.
He's not lacing boots. He's not lacing boots.
Cafu was like a genre-defining player. He was like the first solid right back that would then attack, rather than get the ball and then pass it into the midfield. He was the player that would win the ball and then press with it. Trent never tackles anyone. He gets the ball passed to him by Van Dijk or something and then whips it across. He's a totally different player. Like I say, I rate Trent, I really do, but the praise that he gets is so short-sighted. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Different level.
What the British sporting media do better than anywhere else in the world. As soon as a player does something half decent, they're like, "Oh my god, they're amazing."
It's kind of no, it's absolutely true.
Charlton's best player, Darren Bent.
Oh, what a player he was.
Lee Bowyer, Clive Mendonca.
The best thing is, Chris, you're talking to a Tottenham fan on the screen now, and they paid 18.6 million for him.
Paid a lot of money for that lad. And then he missed a sitter. Darren Bent missed a sitter at White Hart Lane. Harry Redknapp was the manager at the time. And he said, "My wife would have scored that." And he never recovered from that, Darren Bent. Never recovered from it.
Yeah, but what a player.
And now he's working for TalkSport. And nobody wants that.
No, but I'll tell you what he is on TalkSport. He's truthful. I love his stories on Talksport. When he gets into a story and he just like rattles it off, I'm like, mate, I'm all over that. Give me that.
Give me that. Get that in my veins.
Oh,
Brian Gale, Paul Beasley are the centre backs dream team. No ifs or buts.
go on, Eve Barlow.
I don't know about that.
Who is Eve Barlow?
I don't know. He's just kind of popped up. But I love the thumbnail. He looks very concerned about something.
Love
Eve
that.
Barlow, rotten crotch. Actually, nah. Might be Darren Ambrose, actually.
Oh, what a player, though.
Very good player.
Absolute
Didn't he end up at
Bentley.
Ipswich, Darren Ambrose?
Eh?
Didn't he end up at Ipswich, Darren Ambrose?
Yeah, he went back. He was there, then he went back. I think we flogged him to Newcastle.
Alan Kirbysley. He did an amazing job, didn't he, at Charlton?
Tell you what, I wouldn't say it. Close to being a personal friend of mine.
Who, Alan Kirbysley?
Yeah. Sven, I hit a year where my uncle owned 18% of Charlton. So when we were ground sharing and stuff with West Ham, Crystal Palace, and that, you probably remember it, Paul. My uncle owned 18% of Charlton.
Yeah.
So he lived in Chicago. So every August, 4 direct sport season tickets would land on our doorstep, and we'd go up there. And we're kicking it. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're in the boardroom. Like, there's no higher grade of ticket that can get you anywhere else in the stadium.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, I met, like, due to my uncle, I was really lucky. So we just met like amazing players like Michael Owen. I met him personally. Beckett, like anybody. Ronaldo when he was like 2008 Ronaldo, when he was like an absolute freak. Giggsy, Viali, not Viali, it's a bit before my time. Who was the Chelsea players with them? Lampard, John Motson. I remember when John Motson gave me a commentator's card that I could like auction off at my local football club to raise some money for goalposts and stuff. It's like unbelievable levels and stuff. It was unreal.
I've got to stop talking about football.
Are you annoyed?
When you mentioned Frank Lampard, and just straight away the word that came out my mouth was cunt.
Mark!
I've never met the bloke, but I hate him.
Yeah, but the problem is your version of Frank Lampard was Jamie Redknapp.
You know what? Technically, it's true. It's just a flash break in midfield. That's all it was.
Yeah, good looking Nick in midfield.
But it's all football related. I don't know the guy. He might be a lovely guy, but I hate him due to football reasons. It's mad. We need to change the subject. Can we talk about beer again?
Yes.
Go on then.
What's everybody drinking? What's your name? What you drinking? Where you from? I'm Mark. I'm drinking at Paul Anna Oktoberfest in South Norfolk. What are you drinking, Paul?
Spaten Munchen, which I got from Aldi, £1.79. And I'm in Bedfordshire, in beautiful England. Thank you.
What a county. Can we just get some appreciation on this Paul Anna Oktoberfest beer for £1.79? Are you on it?
I'm on a Spaten.
That's £1.69, I think.
I don't know. I'm looking at a bottle. That's not going to tell me. But yeah.
But
how much were you?
Mental. I cannot believe. So for context, I ordered the Oktoberfest beers probably 3 weeks before time. So it came in. I set an alert on the Belgian beer company. It was like, because I miss it every year. So I just wanted to get it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to be one of those like late guys into the thing. And then they said, like, oh, we got the big 6, or we got the 6 Oktoberfest beers, or there was like a 6 thing. And it wasn't the 6. It wasn't the 6 that are served at the Wiesen, the Oktoberfest, the real thing.
Cheers, Kenny Joe. Sorry, mate. Kenny's got the
Hang
bed.
on, mate. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, mate. We love you. Pardon me.
Paul's going to rattle with some comments and then.
Sorry. Things with me. Arsenal was the club I hate the most. Mark and Paul know that. If I got married to the fittest bird on the planet, she was an Arsenal fan. Down in. Oh, do you imagine that? Do you imagine that? That's the thing, you can marry the hottest bird in the world anyway, but if she's a dickhead, then you're not going to stay with her anyway. It's all they've got to be a good woman, haven't they? They've got to be a good woman. And if they support Arsenal, they're not a good person. So it's not worth it. That's my opinion anyway. Oh, Chelsea. Oh my God, Captain Meat and Chris are going at it. Oh dear. Chris living in the basement of his mum's house with knickers on his head.
See, I know Chris, and he'll love that.
Chris and Paul going at it. Oh dear. Fight. Darren Bent does talk sports, talk about his trainers. He's a massive Arsenal fan, isn't he, Darren Bent? It's another reason why.
Oh, he loves it. But Darren Bent, I'll tell you what, he's got a lot of respect. He scores goals. He scored goals.
He did. He knew where the net was most of the time, to be fair to him. Talksport, yeah. Why Jamie O'Hara's working for Talksport, I don't know. He was shit.
He's a weapon.
We did. We got Paul Arner from Audi, mate. We got it.
I'll tell you what. Got it, mate.
Smashing it. He's smashing it right now, son. Jim Bowen, by the way. One of the great TV presenters.
Now then.
Got 3 darts at the board. You win this. You go to Mallorca. It's over there.
Come on, mate. You're one on your Vauxhall Nova. Come on.
Look over. What are you going to get, lads? 2 girls in shell suits. Peter K.
With double top. Another one of them. So I can get you yacht.
Get it in the 20. Get in the 20. You win a speedboat. Go on, love. It's over there. Go on.
And everyone's going a Vauxhall Nova, and everyone's like, oh.
Settle down. Settle in. Love it. But I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Innocent Gun from Easter Kilbride in Glasgow. Welcome,
honestly, don't touch their beers. Rank.
Innocent Gun. I used to really like Glasgow. The original.
Oh, God.
The original was good.
Horrendous beers.
Bill Best was a great drinker. Great.
Yeah.
Good winger as well. Aye.
Brilliant.
Come on, lads. Get Everton now. Chelsea, not us. Best mate. I hate him. I got a mix of Spattens and Oktoberfest in Audi. Yeah, I'm literally drinking the Spatten now, buddy.
Unreal. Unreal. What's it?
Beautiful. So lovely. It's nice. It's nice. I've really got up with a chat. Look at this. Everyone cracks on about beer in Germany. Just come back after the tour and you have 2 choices in beer, Keller's, Pilsner, Dunkel. I love German beer. I really like German beer.
I fucking love German beer.
Do you lads think the UK should have a brewing or like Germany?
Yes.
Like Germany. This would stop ice cream IPAs. It would. Yes. It would.
I'll tell you,
to be fair, there are craft breweries in Germany. You just don't hear about them.
Yeah,
they can't touch.
Yes. It's like a fooling thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. That's a good point, actually. Jamie said, good evening. Hey, Jamie C. over in New York.
Hey. He's a Welshman in New York.
Whoa.
Whoa. He's an alien.
You stop.
Pull.
He's a legal alien.
He's a Welshman in New York.
That was beautiful. That's
incredible.
That was incredible. I hope you recorded that, lads, because that was as good as it gets. That was as good as it gets, really. He says, when did you get back home, Mark?
I got back home at about 4:00. I'm a slag to the lives, guys.
I love that. Got home back 4:00. Turned on YouTube. Wallop.
That's a lot of those apples. Yeah,
What the fuck was that?
it's a thing. It's a thing.
Chris says Vorstein at Kronbacher for me. Unbelievable.
Yes.
We'll get buried with them two beauties. They are good beers, aren't they? They are properly
Yep.
good beers. John says, not sure Captain Meat's adventures with Fullers, etc. comply. German brewing laws are good, but really restrict what they can legally brew. It's a good point. It is a good point. But they're very good at it. Paul, is this the longest stream you've done? I am. I'm pushing 4 hours here.
Mate, you are, aren't you?
I don't know when that's happened. But it's a long one, isn't it? Oi, that's what she said. Considering half the chat is boring, I don't like football. Joking. Love you all. To be fair, the room has half. We've still got 17 people watching at this stage on a Sunday evening, so that's pretty amazing. If you're watching and you haven't said anything, say hello. Make yourself known. Let us know where you're from, if you're drinking or not. What is on your mind? Let us know at this late stage on a Sunday evening, because we will talk about anything, not just football. We will talk about sex and other things. We will go there. Captain, in one. Now for the glamour.
One, the name of
I will count the money during the break. The tankard, Bendy Bully is safe. Bendy question: how do you spell Fred and Rose West? That's so good. Your darts, your Bendy Bullies are safe. They're not going anywhere. Love it. I love it. Jamie says it's great singing, lads. Thank you, Jamie.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
Oh.
I've caught up with the chat, so come on. If you're still watching, chat to us, because otherwise you're just watching two kind of half-cut people on the screen talking absolute waffle at this
it's
stage.
kind of the way it is.
Yeah, it pretty much is that. I've been drinking now for 4 hours solid.
One.
Oh, Neil Long's back in. He says, I've just on the Thornbridge Cocoa Wonderland Porter.
Oh, Crummy was on that earlier. I loved it.
Bit of porn for the ladies there.
The thing is, Neil Long would have had it out keg out of the tap room.
He would have had it directly from.
It'll be like another level thing.
Yeah, it'd be straight from the fermenter.
Annoyingly,
straight from the fermenter. It'd be under it with his mouth open like that. Having it. What's happening? Football chat? Nah, bollocks. Football chat. We just get into arguments if we talk about football, don't we? The point, you could be a gym impersonator. Just like settle down.
You're good, Paul.
Jim Bowen's a legend. Love Jim Bowen. Settle down. Listen, get your dance ready. There you go. You get this dart, you get a trip to Mallorca. Mallorca?
Mallorca.
A trip to Mallorca. Yeah, trip to Mallorca. 2 weeks. It's over there.
2 weeks. 5-star.
Trip to Mallorca. It's over there. 2 weeks. Here we go. Settle down. Watch yourself. Beautiful. Football chat or beer chat? Beer chat. If we talk football, we argue. And I'm all about peace. Most of the time.
All about peace.
All about peace. And Petros. John says, hello. Long time watcher, first time commentator. John?
Oh, John, mate. What a legend that man is.
I've appreciated your content this evening. Getting involved. Letting us know. I appreciate it.
Stick it in, John. Fair play to you, mate.
Shouldn't munch pretzels that close to the microphone, to be fair. But they are tasty. Captain Meats, if you put a chicken head on a pig and a pig head on a chicken.
No comment.
Oh my days. Can't beat a bit of bully.
I'll be a bully.
I'll beat a bully. Your bendy bullies are all, your bendy bullies are safe. Another thing on my mind is what would happen. Oh no. Yeah, what would happen? I mean, I hadn't thought about that till you said it, but what would happen?
Right, I'm getting another beer, you slags.
Go on in, tart. Get it down, yeah. John says, before flipping hedgehogs, Bus fare home. All right. Is that what it stands for? BFH. Bus fare home. Chris says darts, eh? How did Wright and Anderson do? No. Don't know. Neil Long says on Bullseye, he always said category, Great Britain. And it's still great. Great Britain. Category, Great Britain. Settle down, settle in, get your darts. Whee, what cheeky dribble. I'll call up with the chat. Again. Oh, as I say that. BHS, British Home Stores. British Home Stores. They're going out of business now, aren't they? Did BHS go under? Sure they did. Positive they did, in fact. Positive. Chris says, what are you drinking, Paulie, lad? Well, Chris, drinking the Spaten. Emma does not like picking up anything white. I have to kind of sit there with it. Spaten Munchnen, which you can get in Aldi for £1.79 on a bottle. This is a legitimate, top quality, Munich-based German brewer. And it's very, very good. Far too good to be selling in Aldi. And I've got it currently in my Hofmeister Stein. I'm just going to shake her up a little bit. There she is. So the conditioning, lacing on the glass. That's a good quality German Helles Lager right there. Good quality. Serious question here from Captain Meat. It says, what's worse, a man's fist or a pineapple shoved up your hoop? I would say pineapple. I'd feel less. Yeah, I wouldn't feel as bad with a pineapple up my bottom. That's what I will say. Chris says, senior review about that 99p can from Lidl, the wheat beer. I think it was honestly full. Was it? I think it was honestly full. Was it good? It was good. It is not 99p though. I told a lie when I reviewed it. Right. It's actually gone up a bit. It's actually £1.25 now, or £1.29, I think it was last week.
Dogs. Oh no, up.
Hey. There's a dog.
There's a dog.
It's got a dog. What's the dog's name?
Roo.
Roo. Roo. Look at that. Roo.
Good do it. Whistle.
Roo.
Whistle.
I can't whistle apparently.
The worst whistle in the world.
Worst whistle. I'm all blurry this evening. What's going on? No, honestly, it's a perfectly good Weizen. It's a perfectly good Weizen, that one from Lidl. It's brewed by Perlenbacher, apparently. So it's actually a legitimate German brewer. So yeah, nothing wrong with it. I've tasted plenty of Weizens, and I would drink the Lidl one over one or two of them, to be honest. So there you go, and it's dirt cheap. So it's win-win. Mark, what are your opinions on the Lidl wheat beer?
I've had them. I think, I'll tell you what, I think for what they are, they're not pretending to be anything else than what they are. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a weird one, but
I'm not sitting here saying it's the best Weizen you'll ever have, because it ain't.
No, but I'll tell you what.
I've had better. But for the money.
What it is, it's a beer, if anybody has kind of like, I can't get the Oktoberfest beers, that's absolutely fine. This beer is the beer that will get you in the Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
Just through the taste and like sensation stuff.
If you like a German wheat beer, or you've never had a German wheat beer, and you want to try one, go to Lidl and buy yourself a couple of cans of the wheat beer, because it's good. It's a perfectly decent wheat beer. I've had better, of course I have. But for the money, I don't care what any fucking weirdo says, for the money, it's a bloody good purchase. Yeah. A bloody good purchase.
It's true.
So there you go. Nice time. I've got a Paulana one. Oh yeah.
Honestly, this glass, it's a Schneiderweiss glass, but the shape, everything. I love this glass. You're going to see a lot of this glass on the channel. If you don't like it, I don't care. This glass is, I don't know. It's just really good. It's a long glass. It's kind of lends itself to all the sort of Bavarian attributes of a glass.
Mm-hmm. Paul Einstein. Boom.
Look at it. Tell me a better glass. You won't get one.
Tell me about glass.
Look at it.
Boom. Baffling. A 99p a can could be drinkable and enjoyable to an extent. Shocking. Are you Paul? What? Are you Paul? Which is best, dipping your beef, gammon, or pork? Or dipping the pork, mate. Got to dip the pork, isn't it?
Captain, you are a horrible man.
What about dipping the pork? Dipping your sausage. Dipping your schnitzel. Chris says, hey Mark, lovely. Dogs, mate. Scottish Border, collies, lovely, mate. Get the bagpipes.
Oh, mate. These border collies aren't lovely. They are. Yeah, they do that. If you approach them, they're horrible.
You slag.
Yeah.
John says, just got back from Berlin. I strongly advise anyone not to try the Perlenbacher 7.9 strong beer. It's a step below drinking meths. Wow, exactly what I mean. Just because the beer comes from Aldi or Lidl doesn't mean it's shit. End of the day, if it goes for the job, for the price, what are you crying? Yeah, I think you all know who we're referring to. That guy who went and bitched, basically suggesting if you don't have German heritage, you've got no right to drink or have an opinion on German beer. That guy's a crackhead.
But German, the thing is, Oktoberfest is such a wide thing. So if Lidl or an Aldi are going to produce German Oktoberfest beers and people can feel like they're getting involved with it, that's absolutely cracking. Like, that's unreal. Like, I'll tell you what it is. It's people that can't afford a ticket, and that's absolutely fine because I'm probably there now, to be honest with you. If we were to sort of analyse our financial sort of situation, I'm not going to Oktoberfest in 2022. It's realistic. Like, it kind of is what it is. And if German or continental-led supermarkets can lead people into, not lead people into thinking, because that sounds foolish, but if these supermarkets can persuade people that they're into the Oktoberfest thing, cracking. I'm all for that, because I'll tell you what, when these guys get the promotion next year, they're buying the Oktoberfest beers.
Yep.
It's not. It's such a short. I think. I don't know. I'm in a difficult position, but if you're going to talk about the channel that concerned, I get that. I get that it's not going to be the Hofbrau, the Augustina, the Paulaner thing. I get it. I totally understand it. But what it does do is include the people that can't afford to be in there, and that's what I love. I love that what they do is, if you're going to buy 3 or 4 fest beers or 3 or 4 wheat beers or whatever it is from Aldi, and you're going to get involved in Oktoberfest, that's unreal. I love that. Sorry, bit of a rant, but
I'm with you though.
I'm sorry to say that. I'm sorry to get sort of impassionate about it.
Passion. It's good to get impassioned about it. Captain Meat says, Chris, how do you keep your gammon nice and juicy? Oh. George B's in. Hello, George. How are you, mate?
Hey, George.
Chris says he dips it in some gravy. Just had a couple of
Northern boys love gravy.
alcohol. Oh, they love gravy. Northern boys love gravy. They had a couple of alcohol-free Saint Etienne from Aldi. Any good? Should point out Perlenbacher 7.9 with a refund for the can works out 50p a can. Still not good. Oof.
Yeah, I hear you.
Here's a question. Would you rather be bummed by 10 corgi-sized Prince Andrews or 1 Prince Andrew-sized corgi? Let me think about it.
It's better to fight off 1 than 10.
The Pornhub glass dildo is the best sort of glass after Meghan Markle's been in town. Just saying. What? You're brutalising this. Are we pro Andrew Tate? Right, I don't know who Andrew Tate is, but I've heard his
I
name.
don't know who that man is.
I don't know who he is. I don't know what he's done. I don't know what he said. I don't know who he is. So
He sounds like I'll tell you what, he sounds like the YouTube British version of what we're doing now.
He's obviously ruffled a few feathers, this lad. I don't know who
Oh,
he is.
he's rattled a few cages. Of course he has.
What is
What
he?
We got pretzels.
Pretzels. Like an endless supply of pretzels. I've been eating these pretzels now for 7.5 hours.
Just nibbling away.
Nibbling pretzels. But it goes so well with this German beer. I'm just like, good.
It's really good.
Wait, hold on. So because I'm not Italian, that means it's exactly that. Exactly, Chris. This is the debate I was having earlier in the week about this guy and the shit he was saying. He basically went after me and another beer reviewer, suggesting that because we have no German heritage, we weren't entitled to drink or offer an opinion on German beer. And I'm like, what? You know? It's like, could you imagine if you actually went to one of these German breweries and said that to someone? They'd be like, what the fuck's this guy talking about? You know? Strange little man. I like the idea of 10 Prince Andrews, says Catherine Mead.
You like that idea? Hold on.
Absolutely, Chris. Absolutely, Chris. The geezer needs a check up, mate. No one apart from English can comment on the quality of fish and chips. I don't know. I love my fish and chips. Andrew Tate, nice guy, has an opinion, but because he speaks his mind and gets cancelled, that's today's society. Andrew Tate's a good dude. Great laugh. Black bearded man. I'm right. Andrew Tate's mum likes it in the tradesman after her back doors have been smashed in. Oh my God. Who was it that said that rubbish? Is he Scottish by any chance? No, he's not Scottish. He's not Scottish.
He's got a weird fucking accent, but he ain't Scottish.
Supposedly he's from London. I don't know if I believe that. Don't say nothing like me. Prefer 10 Meghan Markles.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
For all her faults, I'd still smash her back doors in.
Well, that's a different thing.
She's not royal. Come on. Oh, our Spurs. We're doing all right. We're ticking over quite nicely. I think we're third in the league.
Did you not win like 6-3 or something the other night?
We won 6-2 yesterday against Leicester.
Stupid.
Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Yep. Aye. So am I. Meghan Markle ain't royal. She's about as royal as a German. Oops, can't say that. Yeah, not German. You can't have an opinion. Yeah, Chris. I talk about German stuff. You're not German.
Mate, you can't be mugging off your fucking heritage and then be asking for your sons and daughters to get HRH status. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
You're either in or you're out.
That beard laugh. Right. I think I'm going to wrap this up. We've done 4 hours and 10 minutes. There's 16 people in the chat, but it's all gone a bit quiet because it's late and I get it. So I'm going to wrap it up. Let me get this mouthful of petrol out my face.
You just in the comment that I
Cheese toasty is a good shout, though. To be fair,
Cheese and baked bean. I'm going to smash the shit out of those. That's my go-to.
Just smash the shit out of that baked beans.
Yeah, kill it.
Right, I'm going to wrap it up, but I'm going to do it in a sincere manner. So I'm going to stop talking filth and football. I would like to thank everyone who has watched this live stream this evening. Everyone who's got involved. It's been organised, well, basically because we have a random Monday off tomorrow, because we'll be watching our beloved Queen Elizabeth lay to rest. So we kind of done it in honour of her. Probably not in the best way, to be fair, but we observed a wonderful 2-minute silence earlier. So everyone who was still about for that a few hours back, that was awesome. So thank you for that. Everyone who's got involved in the chat tonight, thank you very much. It's been awesome. I've thoroughly enjoyed this evening. Thank you for being part of it. Mark, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, mate. What a legend.
Check out the Craft Beer Hub.
Thank you.
Craft Beer Hub.
Thank you.
If you're not already a subscriber, he reviews beers. He's bloody good at it, and he's a lovely, lovely guy. So yeah, give him a follow, subscribe, like all his shizzle, because it means a lot. It means a lot. So yeah, everyone who's chatted and got involved with tonight, I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Just running through the comments now. Been guzzling Summer Lightning tonight. Not had it since 2006. I bet probably. Congrats on the Queen tribute. Well done. Yep. Thank you, George. Thanks for being part of it. The best guys. Thank you, buddy. John says you're such a better audience than such a better audience than last week. Thank you very much, guys. Take care of yourselves. Whatever you're doing tomorrow, have a good day. If you're not watching the funeral, if you're doing something else, have a good day. Enjoy it. Look after yourselves. Look after each other. And I will see you very, very soon. Take care of yourselves.
Bye, guys.